Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The crackling fire cast dancing shadows across Dr. John Watson's medical journals, their leather spines worn smooth from years of dutiful reference. Outside, London's persistent rain tapped gently against the windows of 221 B. Baker Street, a soothing rhythm accompanying the distant rumble of late-evening carriages. The familiar scent of pipe tobacco hung in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly brewed tea. Watson glanced up from his writing to observe his friend and companion, the celebrated consulting detective Sherlock Holmes, who stood motionless by the window, his tall, slender silhouette outlined against the gas-lit fog of the London night. Something about the angle of Holmes's shoulders suggested an unusual tension, though Watson couldn't quite place why. "Curious," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible above the patter of rain. "Most curious indeed that the telegram boy should come twice in one evening, and with such urgency in his step the second time." Watson set down his pen, the half-finished account of their recent case momentarily forgotten. The late Victorian era of 1891 was a time of telegrams and handwritten correspondence, where news travelled at the speed of human messengers through London's labyrinthine streets. A second telegram in one evening was indeed unusual, particularly at this late hour when most respectable business had concluded for the day. "You haven't yet opened the first," Watson observed, nodding toward the sealed envelope resting on the mantelpiece where Holmes had absently placed it an hour earlier. Holmes turned from the window, his sharp features softened by the warm glow of the fire. The first was from Lestrade, undoubtedly regarding the counterfeiting case. The particular shade of the envelope and the distinctive hand of the Scotland Yard clerk who addressed it make that quite plain. He waved his hand dismissively, a matter that can wait until morning. The sudden, urgent knock at their door confirmed Holmes's prediction of a second messenger. Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread on the stairs followed, slower and more measured than the hasty footsteps behind her. Their landlady appeared at the doorway, her expression a mixture of apology and curiosity. "Another telegram, Mr. Holmes." "The boy insists it's most urgent." Holmes accepted the envelope with a nod of thanks. Watson noticed that this telegram differed from the standard yellow envelopes typically delivered throughout London. This one was slightly larger, made of heavier stock, with an official-looking seal impressed upon the closure. Holmes examined it briefly before breaking the seal with uncharacteristic haste. As Holmes read, Watson observed the subtle transformations in his friend's countenance, the slight widening of the eyes, the barely perceptible straightening of posture, the quickened breath, all signs that Watson, after years of companionship with the detective, had learned to recognise as indicators of a case of singular importance. "Watson," Holmes said at last, folding the telegram with deliberate precision, "how do you feel about Switzerland at this time of year?" "Switzerland?" Watson repeated, surprised by the sudden question. "I imagine it would be rather cold in the mountains, though I've heard the valleys can be quite pleasant in early spring. Why do you ask?" Holmes crossed to the large map of Europe hanging on the wall beside the bookcase, his finger tracing a path from London across the Channel and through France, coming to rest on the jagged illustration of the Swiss Alps. "Pack your warmest clothes and most sturdy boots, my friend. We are summoned to a remote chalet in the high Alps, where a matter of considerable diplomatic delicacy awaits our attention." Watson set aside his writing and rose from his chair, already mentally cataloguing what supplies they might need for an Alpine journey. "Diplomatic, you say? Is it Mycroft's doing, then?" Holmes's elder brother, Mycroft Holmes, occupied a unique and powerful position in the British government, a fact known to very few, even within the highest circles of power. Where Sherlock observed and deduced, Mycroft orchestrated and influenced, his remarkable mind working not on individual cases, but on the complex machinery of nations and empires. Indeed, Holmes confirmed, his expression grave. The telegram is from Mycroft himself, which is unusual enough to warrant our immediate attention. He rarely leaves Whitehall, let alone England. For him to summon us to Switzerland suggests a matter of extraordinary importance. The fire popped and hissed as a log settled in the grate, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. Outside, the rain had intensified, drumming against the windows with greater insistence, as if nature itself sought to dramatize the moment. "What has happened there?" Watson asked, already moving toward his bedroom to begin packing. Holmes's voice followed him, unusually solemn. "A man is dead in circumstances Mycroft describes as impossible. A British diplomat with connections to several European powers has been found in a locked room within an isolated chalet, with no apparent means of entry or exit, save for a single door that was secured from within and a window overlooking a sheer drop of several hundred feet." Watson paused in the doorway. "A locked room mystery, then? We've encountered such puzzles before." "Yes," Holmes agreed. "But what makes this particular case unique is its location and the individuals involved. The chalet sits high in the Alps, currently cut off by recent snowfall, with a small but significant gathering of diplomatic representatives from various European powers in residence. Mycroft fears the death may be more than a simple murder. It could be the opening move in a dangerous game of international consequence." The grandfather clock in the corner chimed 11 as Watson returned with his medical bag, already mentally inventorying its contents. The year 1891 offered medical practitioners like himself a curious blend of ancient remedies and modern innovations. His bag contained both traditional tinctures passed down through generations of physicians and the latest advancements from the medical journals of London, Paris, and Vienna. Holmes had already begun gathering his own investigative tools, his magnifying glass, his collection of reference materials on various subjects, his disguise kit, though Watson doubted its utility in an isolated Alpine setting, and most importantly his cocaine case. Watson frowned at the latter, but said nothing. He had long since learned that his friend's occasional use of the stimulant was most pronounced when faced with a case requiring his utmost mental acuity. "We shall catch the first train to Dover in the morning," Holmes announced, consulting the railway timetable he kept in his desk drawer. "From there we cross to Calais, then take the express to Paris, change for the Geneva line, and make our way to the village of Meiringen. Beyond that point, Mycroft has arranged for guides to escort us up to the chalet." He looked up at Watson, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "It will be a journey of nearly 2 full days, if all connections are made promptly." Watson nodded, mentally preparing himself for the long journey ahead. The Swiss Alps in early spring would be a harsh environment, beautiful certainly, but unforgiving to those unprepared for its challenges. "And this diplomat?" he inquired. "What more can you tell me of him?" Holmes retrieved the telegram from his pocket, scanning it once more. "Sir Edward Carruthers, 48 years of age, was found dead yesterday morning in his private chamber within the chalet. No obvious cause of death is visible, according to Mycroft, though he admits he is no medical man. The body remains undisturbed, awaiting our arrival." Undisturbed for days? Watson's medical sensibilities were mildly affronted. In these circumstances, preservation may be aided by the cold, but still. "Precisely why we must make haste." Holmes interrupted, already moving with the controlled energy that characterized him when a new case captured his interest. "Mycroft would not have left the body untouched without good reason. I suspect he fears the manner of death may reveal something of international significance." As they continued their preparations, Watson found himself contemplating the peculiar nature of the case. The Victorian era was one of rigid social structures and formal diplomatic protocols, yet beneath the veneer of civility lay a complex web of national interests, secret alliances and personal ambitions. A British diplomat died in unusual circumstances, in an isolated location with representatives of various European powers in attendance. It had all the makings of what the popular press would eagerly sensationalize as an international mystery. Holmes Watson ventured as he placed his revolver in his travelling case. "Do you suspect foul play from one of the other nations represented at this gathering?" Holmes paused in his own packing, his expression thoughtful. "I suspect nothing as yet, Watson." To theorise before one has data is a capital mistake. It biases the judgment. He carefully wrapped his pipe in a cloth before placing it in his case. "However, I will say that the timing is troubling. Europe stands at a crossroads. The German Empire grows in strength. France still smarts from its defeats. Russia looks west with ambition, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire struggles to maintain its cohesion. Britain's position as mediator and balancing force is more crucial than ever." Watson nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The delicate balance of power in Europe has become increasingly precarious in recent years. Queen Victoria, now in her 70th decade, presided over an empire that stretched across the globe, yet even Britain's vast imperial reach could not guarantee peace in Europe if the major powers decided that their interests were better served by conflict than cooperation. "Get some rest, my friend," Holmes advised, noting Watson's thoughtful expression. "Tomorrow begins a journey into both geographic and diplomatic heights, where the air is thin and the consequences of misstep severe." That night, as Watson lay in bed listening to the rain against his window, he found his mind wandering to the Alpine Chalet waiting for them, perched among the remote peaks of Switzerland. What impossible scene awaited them there? What forces might be set in motion by the death of one diplomat? And perhaps most troublingly, why had Mycroft Holmes, a man who, by his brother's own account, preferred to remain at the centre of the web of information that was Whitehall, felt compelled to travel to such an isolated location himself? Morning arrived with the reluctant grey light of a London spring, the rain having given way to a penetrating mist that clung to coats and found its way through the smallest gaps in one's clothing. Mrs. Hudson had risen early to prepare a hearty breakfast for the two travellers, her concern for their well-being expressed through generous portions of eggs, toast, and her excellent marmalade. Switzerland, of all places, she tutted as she poured their tea, and in this season, "You'll catch your cold, Doctor." Watson smiled reassuringly. "I've endured worse conditions in Afghanistan, Mrs. Hudson. A bit of alpine weather hardly compares." Holmes, already dressed for travel in a heavy wool suit and sturdy boots, merely nodded his thanks for the breakfast as he reviewed a sheaf of papers that had arrived with the early post, the awaited communication from Inspector Lestrade, Watson presumed. Anything of interest, Watson inquired between bites of toast. Holmes folded the papers and tucked them into an inner pocket of his coat. "Lestrade has made an arrest in the counterfeiting case. As expected. His reasoning is flawed, but his conclusion by happy accident is correct." He sipped his tea thoughtfully. "I've sent a brief note explaining the actual chain of evidence, which he may choose to incorporate into his official report or more likely claim as his own deduction." The hansom cab arrived precisely at 7 o'clock, the driver looking less than pleased at the prospect of navigating London's foggy streets with their luggage. Holmes, ever efficient, had telegraphed ahead to reserve their tickets to Dover, ensuring they would make the morning ferry to Calais without difficulty. As they settled into the cab, Watson caught a final glimpse of 221B Baker Street through the mist, their comfortable rooms, the familiar silhouette of Mrs. Hudson waving from the doorway, the sense of home that had grown stronger with each passing year of their partnership. Something in his chest tightened momentarily with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Holmes," he said as the cab pulled away, "do you have any theories at all about what we might find in this Alpine Chalet?" Holmes gazed out at the passing streets where gas lamps still glowed weakly against the morning fog. The clip-clop of the horses' hooves against the cobblestones created a hypnotic rhythm, punctuated occasionally by the calls of street vendors setting up their morning wares. "Several possibilities present themselves," he replied after a moment's consideration. "A diplomatic gathering in such an isolated location suggests matters of extreme discretion, perhaps preliminary discussions for a treaty or alliance that certain parties might wish to prevent. Sir Edward's death could be meant as a warning, or perhaps he discovered something he was not meant to know." He turned to Watson, his eyes sharp despite the early hour. "But what intrigues me most is Mycroft's description of the death as impossible. My brother is not given to exaggeration or fanciful language. If he deems the circumstances impossible, then we are faced with a puzzle worthy of our fullest attention. The journey to Victoria Station passed quickly through London's gradually awakening streets. The great railway terminus bustled with early morning activity. Porters wheeling luggage, newsboys calling out the latest headlines, travellers from all walks of life converging on the platforms as steam from the waiting engines rose like phantoms into the iron and glass ceiling high above. As they made their way to the Dover platform, Watson noticed Holmes scanning the crowd with his characteristic intensity. "Are you expecting someone?" he inquired. "Merely a habit," Holmes replied, though his gaze continued to move methodically across the station. In our line of work, Watson, it pays to be aware of who might be taking an interest in our movements. They boarded the express train to Dover with minutes to spare, finding their first-class compartment blessedly empty of other travellers. As the train pulled away from the platform with a hiss of steam and the metallic clanking of couplings, Watson settled into the comfortable upholstery, watching the grey expanse of London gradually give way to the greener landscapes of Kent. Holmes, contrary to his usual habit of silent contemplation during travel, seemed unusually conversational. "I've been studying the Alpine regions, Watson," he remarked, retrieving a small leather-bound book from his pocket. "Fascinating terrain, geologically speaking. The isolation of certain valleys has preserved customs and beliefs that have long since vanished elsewhere in Europe." Watson recognised this as Holmes's way of preparing for the environment they would soon enter. The detective's knowledge was vast but selective. When a case required specialised information, he would absorb it with remarkable speed and thoroughness. "The locals around Meiringen, for instance," Holmes continued, "maintain a rich folklore concerning the mountains. They speak of spirits that inhabit the high passes, entities neither fully benevolent nor malevolent, but capricious in their interactions with humans. In winter especially, when avalanches and sudden storms claim lives, these beliefs provide a framework for understanding the unpredictable dangers of mountain life." Watson nodded, his own mind turning to the practical medical challenges they might face. The altitude itself presents risks, he noted. Reduced oxygen can affect judgment, cause headaches, even lead to more serious conditions if one ascends too quickly, and in a remote chalet, medical resources will be limited. Holmes smiled faintly. "Which is precisely why your presence is invaluable, my dear Watson. Your medical expertise, combined with your steady nerve and marksmanship, makes you the ideal companion for this particular venture." The compliment, delivered with Holmes's typical matter-of-factness, nevertheless warmed Watson. Their partnership had evolved over the years into something that transcended mere friendship or professional collaboration, a symbiosis of complementary skills and temperaments that had proven effective in the most challenging circumstances. As the train continued its journey southward through the Kent countryside, Holmes lapsed into silence, his gaze fixed on the passing landscape, though his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Watson knew better than to disturb his friend's contemplation. Instead, he withdrew his journal from his travelling case and began to make preliminary notes on what promised to be one of their most unusual adventures, the adventure of the Alpine Chalet, he wrote at the top of a fresh page, then paused, pen hovering above the paper. What strange circumstances awaited them in that remote mountain setting? What diplomatic intrigues or personal vendettas might they uncover? And how had a man died in a locked room in a manner that even Mycroft Holmes deemed impossible? With these questions floating unanswered in his mind, Watson continued his notes, recording the beginning of a journey that would lead them from the familiar fog of London to the rarefied air of the Swiss Alps, and into a mystery that would test not only Holmes's remarkable deductive abilities, but the very foundations of their understanding of the possible and impossible. The channel crossing from Dover to Calais proved mercifully smooth, the typically temperamental waters of the English Channel offering only gentle swells that rocked the ferry with a lulling rhythm. Watson stood at the rail, breathing deeply of the salt-laden air, watching as the white cliffs of England receded into the misty horizon behind them. Holmes remained in the passenger cabin, engaged in conversation with a French diplomat who had recognised the detective from a previous case, a fortuitous encounter that yielded several insights into the current diplomatic climate of Europe. Most illuminating, Holmes remarked as they disembarked at Calais, the French port town bustling with travellers and merchants. Monsieur Renaud confirms what I had suspected. There have been unusual movements among the diplomatic corps of several nations in recent weeks. Nothing overt, mind you, but a subtle repositioning that suggests preparation for significant developments. Watson adjusted his hat against the brisk sea breeze coming off the harbour. Related to our case, do you think? Potentially, Holmes replied, his keen eyes already surveying the Calais railway station that would be their next destination. The death of Sir Edward Carruthers may be either cause or effect in this diplomatic shuffling, or perhaps merely coincidental. We shall withhold judgment until we have more facts. The Calais station hummed with the polyglot murmurs of international travellers. French predominated naturally, but Watson's ears caught snippets of German, Italian, Russian and various English accents, ranging from the refined tones of the aristocracy to the more robust cadences of American tourists. The Victorian era had made Europe more accessible than ever before, with railways connecting previously isolated regions and creating new possibilities for both commerce and leisure travel. Their train to Paris awaited, gleaming in the afternoon sunlight, its polished brass fittings and elegant carriages a testament to the French railway's reputation for comfort and style. Once again, they secured a first-class compartment, though this time they shared it with an elderly French couple, returning to Paris after visiting relatives in the coastal town. As the train pulled away from Calais, the landscape transformed from the maritime features of the coast to the pastoral beauty of the French countryside. Fields of early spring crops stretched toward the horizon, punctuated by small villages where church spires rose above clusters of stone houses. The April weather brought alternating patches of sunshine and shadow as clouds raced across the sky, their movement mirrored by the shifting patterns of light and dark over the countryside. Madame Beaufort, the elderly Frenchwoman sharing their compartment, proved to be a lively conversationalist despite her years. Upon learning they were bound ultimately for Switzerland, she launched into reminiscences of her own travels in the Alpine regions during her youth. "The mountains, monsieur, they speak to the soul," she declared, her wrinkled face animated with the memory. "But they are not always kind listeners. My father was a botanist, studying the alpine flowers. We stayed in a small village near Chamonix when I was a girl. The locals, they told us never to be on the mountain paths after sunset." She leaned forward, lowering her voice conspiratorially. They believed the mountain spirits would lead travellers astray in the darkness. Lights that appeared to be lanterns from the village would instead guide one to the edge of precipices. Her husband, a retired professor of history at the Sorbonne, smiled indulgently at his wife's storytelling but added his own scholarly perspective. The folklore of the Alpine regions is remarkably consistent across linguistic boundaries, he noted. Whether in the French, Swiss, Italian or Austrian sections of the range, one finds similar motifs, spirits of the mountain that are neither fully benevolent nor malevolent, but operate according to their own inscrutable logic. Holmes listened with polite interest, occasionally asking a question that revealed his own knowledge of European folklore. Watson recognised his friend's technique, gathering potentially useful information, while appearing merely to engage in pleasant conversation, and in the area of Meiringen Holmes inquired, "Are you familiar with the local legends there?" Professor Beaufort adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. Meiringen, yes, that region has particularly rich traditions regarding the spirits of the high passes. The Reichenbach Falls nearby feature in several tales, a place where the veil between worlds is said to be thin. He chuckled softly. Of course, these are merely cultural artifacts, the attempts of pre-scientific minds to explain natural phenomena. But they retain their power as metaphors, do they not? As the journey continued and the Beauforts eventually dozed off, lulled by the rhythm of the train, Holmes turned his attention to a folded newspaper he had purchased in Calais. The European situation grows more complex by the day, he murmured, indicating an article discussing tensions between the German Empire and Russia over influences in the Balkans. The great powers move like chess pieces on a board, each seeking advantage without triggering outright conflict. Watson leaned over to glimpse the article. And where does Britain stand in this game? As always, seeking to maintain balance, Holmes replied, turning the page, "British policy has long been to prevent any single power from dominating the continent. Hence the importance of diplomats like Sir Edward, who work in the shadows to ensure that the equilibrium is preserved." His expression darkened slightly, which makes his death all the more concerning, particularly in the current climate. The train arrived in Paris as evening descended upon the City of Light. Gas lamps were being lit along the boulevards, their warm glow creating pools of illumination against the gathering dusk. They had a 4-hour layover before their overnight train to Geneva would depart, allowing them time for a proper dinner at a small bistro near the Gare de Lyon. The Parisian evening enveloped them in its distinctive atmosphere, an elegant blend of sophistication and sensuality unlike anything found in London. Even the air seemed different, perfumed with the scents of chestnut trees, coffee from sidewalk cafes, and the indefinable essence of the city itself. Over a meal of coq au vin and a bottle of respectable Bordeaux, Holmes and Watson discussed the next stages of their journey. "From Geneva," Holmes explained, consulting a small railway timetable, "we take the train to Interlaken, then a smaller local line to Meiringen. Beyond that point we must rely on whatever arrangements Mycroft has made for the final ascent to the chalet." Watson savoured a sip of wine, allowing its complexity to unfold on his palate. "And what of the other guests at this diplomatic gathering? Has Mycroft provided any information about them?" "Only the broadest outlines," Holmes replied, his voice lowered despite the ambient noise of the bistro. "Representatives from Germany, Austria-Hungary, Russia and Italy are present, along with a few neutral observers from smaller nations. The stated purpose is to discuss trade agreements, but Mycroft intimated that more significant matters are being negotiated beneath that veneer. The overnight train to Geneva offered sleeping accommodations that, while comfortable by railway standards, provided Watson with only fitful rest. Holmes, as was his habit during cases, seemed hardly to sleep at all. When Watson awoke shortly before dawn, he found his friend already alert, gazing out the window as the train wound its way through the increasingly mountainous terrain of eastern France. "We approach the Swiss border," Holmes noted without turning from the window. "Observe how the architecture has already begun to change, the French influence giving way to a more distinctly Alpine style." Watson joined him at the window, where the first light of dawn revealed a landscape that seemed to exist in a realm between dream and reality. Mist clung to the valleys like gossamer, while above, the first rays of sunlight gilded the higher slopes. Farmhouses with distinctive steep roofs designed to shed heavy snow dotted the lower elevations, while glimpses of snow-capped peaks could be seen in the distance, still wrapped in the purple shadows of early morning. The air grew noticeably cooler as they crossed into Switzerland, the train beginning its ascent into higher elevations. When they changed trains at Geneva for the line to Interlaken, Watson was struck by the pristine quality of the Swiss railway station, meticulously maintained, functioning with the precision of the famous timepieces for which the country was renowned. "Everything in Switzerland operates with remarkable efficiency," Holmes observed as they settled into their new carriage. "A national characteristic that extends from their governance to their railways to their banking institutions. It makes this country an ideal location for discreet diplomatic negotiations, neutral territory, where the mechanisms of statecraft can operate smoothly, away from the public eye." The journey from Geneva to Interlaken took them along the shores of Lake Geneva, where the water reflected the surrounding mountains with mirror-like clarity. Grand hotels and elegant villas lined certain sections of the shore, testament to Switzerland's growing popularity as a destination for wealthy Europeans seeking both natural beauty and respite from various ailments. The medicinal properties of mountain air had become widely accepted in medical circles, and sanatoria had sprung up throughout the Alpine regions. As a medical man, Watson found himself contemplating the health implications of their ascent into the higher elevations. "We would do well to acclimatise gradually," he remarked to Holmes. "The effects of altitude can be quite debilitating to those unaccustomed to the thinner air." Holmes nodded in acknowledgement. Mycroft mentioned in his telegram that the chalet sits at approximately 6,000 feet above sea level, not extreme by Alpine standards, but certainly high enough to affect those unused to such conditions. The train journey continued through increasingly dramatic scenery. The relatively gentle slopes near Geneva gave way to steeper, more imposing mountains as they travelled eastward. Waterfalls cascaded down rock faces, their spray catching the sunlight to form brief rainbows. Meadows carpeted with early spring flowers provided foreground to the snow-covered peaks that dominated the horizon. At Interlaken, nestled between Lake Thun and Lake Brienz, at the foot of the Bernese Alps, they changed to a smaller, narrow-gauge railway that would take them to Meiringen. This final leg of their rail journey wound through valley floors, climbed along precarious mountain passes, and tunnelled through sections of solid rock, a testament to the engineering prowess that had conquered these formidable mountains and connected previously isolated communities. The train compartment was now shared with local travellers, a mixture of tradespeople, a schoolteacher returning to her village, and a pair of serious young men who appeared to be university students from Bern. Conversations in Swiss German filled the carriage, the distinctive dialect at once familiar and foreign to Watson's ear. Holmes, with his facility for languages, occasionally joined these discussions, gleaning local knowledge that might prove useful. "The station master at Meiringen will know where to find our guide," Holmes informed Watson as they approached their destination. "Mycroft's arrangements are typically thorough." Meiringen revealed itself as a picturesque Swiss village nestled in a valley, with mountains rising dramatically on all sides. Despite its remote location, the village showed signs of the growing tourist industry that was transforming the Swiss economy. Several modest hotels had been established to accommodate travellers drawn to the natural wonders of the region, particularly the famous Reichenbach Falls nearby. The village architecture embodied the classic Swiss chalet style. Wooden structures with broad, overhanging eaves, intricately carved decorative elements, and window boxes that would soon be filled with colourful flowers as spring progressed. The streets were immaculately maintained, and even the smallest details reflected the Swiss commitment to order and cleanliness. As Holmes had predicted, the station master, a dignified man with a magnificent moustache that would not have looked out of place in a military regiment, was expecting them. "Herr Holmes and Dr. Watson," he greeted them in accented but precise English. "Welcome to Meiringen. Your guide will meet you at the Hotel Adler in 1 hour. He suggests you take refreshment there before beginning the ascent, as the journey to the chalet is challenging." The Hotel Adler proved to be a comfortable establishment catering primarily to British tourists, exploring the Alpine wonders. The dining room offered substantial fare designed to fortify travellers for outdoor excursions, hearty soups, roasted meats, and the distinctive cheese dishes for which the region was famous. As they ate, Watson noticed Holmes studying the other patrons with his characteristic subtle intensity. "Anyone of interest?" Watson inquired quietly. "Merely habit," Holmes replied, though his gaze lingered on a solitary diner near the window, a middle-aged man whose clothes and bearing suggested a military background. "Though I do wonder what brings a retired colonel of Austrian cavalry to Meiringen at this particular moment." Their meal concluded, they met their guide in the hotel lobby, a weathered mountain man who introduced himself simply as Klaus. His face, deeply tanned and lined from decades of exposure to mountain conditions, projected both competence and an innate dignity. He appraised their travelling clothes and footwear with a professional eye. "Your boots are good," he declared after the examination, "but the path is still snow-covered in many places. I've brought additional equipment." He indicated a small pile of Alpine walking sticks, crampons for their boots, and heavy woolen cloaks lined with fur, the latter a thoughtful addition from Mycroft, Watson suspected. "How long is the journey to the chalet?" Holmes inquired as they donned the additional gear. "With good conditions, 4 hours," Klaus replied. "But we must move with care. A storm passed through 2 days ago, leaving fresh snow on the higher paths. We should depart now to reach the chalet before nightfall." Outside the hut, a pair of sturdy mountain ponies waited to carry their luggage, though Klaus made it clear that the terrain would require them to proceed on foot for most of the journey. "The ponies, they know the path," he explained, "but some sections are too narrow or steep for riding." As they left the village behind and began their ascent, Watson was struck by the rapidly changing character of the landscape. The pastoral beauty of the valley floor, with its neat farms and meadows, gave way to steeper, more dramatic terrain. The path wound through stands of pine and fir, their branches occasionally bowing under the weight of lingering snow. The air grew noticeably thinner and crisper, each breath visible in the cool mountain atmosphere. Klaus proved to be a guide of few words, but great awareness pointing out potential hazards and occasionally stopping to indicate interesting features of the landscape or glimpses of wildlife. A chamois perched on a distant outcropping, an eagle soaring on thermals high above. Despite his reserved nature, he responded informatively when questioned about the region. "The chalet where you're going," he said in response to Holmes's inquiry, "it was built by a wealthy Zurich banker many years ago as a summer retreat. Very isolated, very private. In recent years it has been used occasionally for," he searched for the appropriate word, "important meetings." "And the current gathering?" Holmes probed. "Is there much talk in the village about it?" Klaus's weathered face revealed nothing. We in Meiringen do not discuss the business of those who value their privacy. But yes, the arrival of several distinguished foreign visitors has been noted. Some came through the village, others by different routes. As they climbed higher, the trees thinned, giving way to more open terrain where the views expanded dramatically in all directions. Snow became more prevalent, covering the ground in a pristine blanket that crunched satisfyingly beneath their boots. The path narrowed in places, skirting along ridgelines where drop-offs of several hundred feet plunged to rock-strewn slopes below. "Mind your footing here," Klaus cautioned as they navigated one particularly exposed section. Fresh snow can conceal ice beneath. Watson found himself gaining a new appreciation for the harsh beauty of the alpine environment. The air, though thin, possessed a crystalline purity that made distant features appear startlingly close. The silence was profound, broken only by their footsteps, the occasional call of a bird or the distant rumble of snow shifting somewhere on the mountainside. "One begins to understand why the locals developed their folklore about mountain spirits," Watson remarked to Holmes as they paused to catch their breath at a switchback in the trail. "There is something otherworldly about this landscape." Holmes surveyed the panorama of peaks and valleys spread before them. Indeed, the human mind seeks explanations for the inexplicable patterns in the seemingly random. In such an environment where avalanches can strike without warning and storms can materialize with deadly swiftness, it is natural that pre-scientific cultures would attribute agency to the mountains themselves. Klaus, overhearing this exchange, offered his own perspective. The old beliefs, they have wisdom in them. Not perhaps as you gentlemen understand wisdom, but knowledge passed through generations of mountain people. He gestured toward a distant slope. When my grandfather warned of disturbing the mountain spirits, he meant, respect the dangers that exist here. Those who come to the mountains without this respect often do not leave them. The afternoon was advancing as they continued their ascent. The sun, though still above the horizon, had begun its westward descent, casting longer shadows across the snow-covered slopes. The temperature dropped perceptibly with each passing hour. We're perhaps 1 hour from the chalet, Klaus informed them after consulting his pocket watch. The final approach is steep, but not technically difficult. Still, we must maintain our pace to arrive before darkness. As if in response to his words, a distant rumble echoed among the peaks. Not thunder, but the sound of snow and ice shifting somewhere out of sight. Avalanche Klaus explained, though, his tone remained calm. Small and far from our path, but a reminder of the mountain's power. The sound faded, leaving behind a silence that seemed even more profound in its wake. Watson found himself contemplating the isolation of their destination. A chalet perched among these remote peaks, currently housing a gathering of diplomatic representatives from Europe's great powers, one of whom was now dead under circumstances mysterious enough to bring both Holmes brothers to the scene. What forces were at work in that isolated outpost? What game of nations was being played out against the backdrop of these majestic but unforgiving mountains? And how had Sir Edward Carruthers met his end in a room that, according to Mycroft, offered no apparent means of entry or exit for an assailant? As the chalet finally came into view, a substantial wooden structure perched on a relatively flat area of the mountainside with smoke rising reassuringly from its chimneys, Watson found himself both eager to begin unravelling these mysteries and strangely reluctant to reach their destination. For in that moment of approach, all possibilities remained open, all solutions yet to be discovered. Once they crossed the threshold, the game would be afoot in earnest, with stakes higher than either he or Holmes had yet fully comprehended. The Alpine Chalet emerged from the gathering mountain mist like a vision from a dream, larger and more imposing than Watson had imagined. Unlike the quaint traditional structures of the village below, this was a substantial edifice that combined the characteristic Swiss architectural elements with grander proportions befitting its purpose as a retreat for the wealthy and powerful. The steep pitched roof, designed to shed heavy mountain snow, was punctuated by dormer windows that gazed out over the breathtaking panorama like vigilant sentinels. Intricately carved wooden balconies wrapped around the upper story, their decorative elements catching the last golden rays of the afternoon sun. As they approached, Watson noticed several chimneys issuing thin columns of smoke that dissipated quickly in the cold mountain air. The windows glowed with the warm light of lamps within, creating an inviting contrast to the increasingly frigid exterior. The building stood on a relatively flat shelf of the mountainside, with a sheer drop behind it that plunged hundreds of feet to a snow-filled ravine below. On the remaining three sides, the terrain rose steeply, creating a natural amphitheatre that both sheltered the chalet from the worst of the alpine winds and contributed to its profound sense of isolation. "Remarkable location," Holmes murmured, pausing to survey not just the building but its surroundings. His keen eyes took in details that others might miss. The carefully maintained path that circled the structure, the precisely stacked wood pile beneath a protective overhang, the subtle indications that despite its remote setting, the chalet was designed for comfort and security. Defensible, private, yet with commanding views of any approach. One can see why it would appeal for sensitive diplomatic gatherings. Klaus, their taciturn guide, merely nodded. The banker who built it chose well. From this position, visitors can be observed for nearly an hour before they arrive. He pointed to a narrow trail that switched back down the opposite slope. That is the only other approach from the east, more difficult than our path, especially in current conditions. As they covered the final 100 yards to the chalet's entrance, the great wooden door swung open. A figure emerged, tall, substantial, with the unmistakable bearing of authority. Even at this distance, Watson recognised Mycroft Holmes, whose presence outside the confines of his usual London haunts was perhaps as remarkable as the circumstances that had brought them to this alpine height. "Brother mine," Mycroft called, his voice carrying clearly in the still mountain air, "I see you have made good time. The light fades quickly here. Another 20 minutes, and you would have been navigating in deepening gloom." As they drew closer, Watson observed that Mycroft appeared unusually strained. Though he maintained his customary dignified demeanour, there were subtle signs of tension around his eyes and mouth that spoke of the seriousness of the situation. His normally immaculate appearance showed small evidence of disruption. A slightly loosened collar, a faint disarray to his typically perfect hair, that suggested he had been under considerable stress. "Mycroft," Sherlock acknowledged as they reached the entrance. "Your telegram was admirably concise, if somewhat lacking in detail. I assume you will remedy that deficiency now that we have arrived." The elder Holmes brother's expression tightened momentarily, then relaxed into a thin smile. "All in good time, Sherlock. First, let us get you and Dr. Watson inside and properly warmed. The mountain air is invigorating but unforgiving to those unaccustomed to its bite." He turned to Klaus with a respectful nod. "Thank you for guiding them safely. Will you stay the night before returning to the village?" The mountain guide shook his head. "No, Herr Holmes. There is still enough light for me to reach the lower cabin. I will sleep there and return to Meiringen tomorrow." He transferred their bags to the chalet's entrance with efficient movements, then exchanged brief farewells before departing with the mountain ponies, his figure soon swallowed by the gathering dusk and swirling mists. The interior of the chalet provided an immediate contrast to the harsh mountain environment outside. A great central hall rose 2 stories to exposed wooden beams, with a massive stone fireplace dominating one wall. A fire blazed cheerfully in the grate, casting dancing shadows across the polished wood floors and panelled walls. Ornately carved furniture, upholstered in rich fabrics, was arranged to take advantage of the fire's warmth while allowing for conversation. Oil lamps and candles provided additional illumination, creating an atmosphere that managed to be both rustic and refined. "Your rooms have been prepared," Mycroft informed them, gesturing toward a corridor that led from the main hall. "I suggest you refresh yourselves before dinner, which will be served in 1 hour. We can discuss the matter that brings us here afterward, in private." Watson was grateful for the opportunity to wash away the dust of travel and change into clean clothing. His assigned chamber was comfortably appointed, with a small fireplace already lit to ward off the mountain chill. A copper basin of hot water awaited on the washstand, steaming gently in the cool air. The window offered a spectacular view of the Alpine sunset, the last light painting the snow-covered peaks in shades of rose and gold before surrendering to the advancing purple shadows of evening. As he made himself presentable for dinner, Watson found his mind turning to the diplomatic gathering that had been interrupted by death. Who were these representatives of Europe's great powers? What had brought them to this isolated location? And most pressingly, what circumstances surrounding Sir Edward Carruthers' death had caused Mycroft Holmes, a man who, by his brother's account, preferred to orchestrate events from the comfort of his London clubs, to summon them with such urgency? When Watson emerged, he found Holmes already waiting in the corridor, his lean figure silhouetted against the light from the main hall. "Mycroft is being uncharacteristically circumspect," Holmes observed quietly, "which suggests either that the matter is even more delicate than I had anticipated, or that he is uncertain of certain facts and reluctant to admit as much." "Surely he has examined the scene himself?" Watson inquired as they moved toward the dining room. "Undoubtedly," Holmes replied. "But my brother, for all his remarkable mental faculties, lacks the specific training and experience in the practical aspects of criminal investigation. He observes, but does not always see what is significant in such matters." The dining room continued the chalet's theme of rustic elegance. A long table of polished oak dominated the space, set with fine china and crystal that gleamed in the light of a chandelier composed of antlers and oil lamps. A sideboard held various decanters and serving dishes, while another fireplace provided both warmth and a focal point for the room. To Watson's surprise, only 3 places were set at the table. "The other guests?" he inquired as Mycroft entered the room. "Dine separately this evening," the elder Holmes replied, taking his seat at the head of the table. "A temporary arrangement that allows us to speak more freely. You will meet them tomorrow, those who remain, at least. 2 delegations have already departed following Sir Edward's death, citing urgent business elsewhere. A convenient excuse to distance themselves from an uncomfortable situation." A manservant appeared silently to serve the first course, a rich soup of wild mushrooms and herbs that provided welcome warmth after the cold mountain journey. Watson noted that the servant was Swiss in appearance, likely from the village below, and moved with the quiet efficiency that seemed characteristic of the local people. "Now, Mycroft," Sherlock began once the servant had withdrawn, "perhaps you might elucidate the circumstances that have brought us to this remarkably isolated location." Mycroft sipped his wine thoughtfully before responding. "The official purpose of this gathering is to discuss potential adjustments to various trade agreements between the represented nations. The unofficial purpose," he glanced toward the door to ensure they were truly private, "is to explore possibilities for a broader understanding regarding certain colonial interests in Africa and the Far East, areas where our respective spheres of influence have created friction." "A delicate negotiation indeed," Sherlock observed. "And Sir Edward's role in these discussions?" "Central," Mycroft replied, his expression grave. "His expertise in diplomatic balancing acts was unparalleled. He had spent the past 2 years carefully laying the groundwork for these talks, building personal relationships with key figures from each nation represented." He paused as the servant returned to clear the soup course and present the next, a delicate preparation of a local trout. Once they were alone again, he continued, "His death at this particular juncture is not merely a tragedy, but potentially a diplomatic catastrophe. Watson, who had been listening attentively, posed the question that had been foremost in his mind since their arrival. "You described the circumstances as impossible in your telegram. What precisely did you mean by that?" Mycroft's gaze shifted to the fire for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. When he turned back to them, his expression was troubled. Sir Edward retired to his chambers at approximately 10 o'clock 3 nights ago, following an evening of what appeared to be productive discussions. His room is on the upper floor at the eastern end of the chalet. It has one door which was locked from the inside. The key was still in the lock when we broke in the following morning. The single window overlooks a sheer drop of several hundred feet, with no ledge or foothold that would allow access from the exterior. "And yet," Sherlock interjected, "he was found dead within this sealed chamber." "Precisely," Mycroft confirmed. "When he failed to appear for the morning session, his valet became concerned. After, receiving no response to repeated knocking, I authorised forcing the door. We found Sir Edward seated at his writing desk, apparently dead for several hours. There was no sign of violence, no obvious cause of death. He might have been sleeping, were it not for the unnatural stillness and coldness of his body." Watson leaned forward, his medical interest piqued. "No indications at all as to the cause?" "None that I could discern," Mycroft admitted, "which is why I insisted the body remain undisturbed until your arrival. Your medical expertise, Doctor, combined with my brother's investigative skills, represent our best hope of understanding what transpired in that locked room." The meal continued, with Mycroft providing detailed descriptions of the diplomatic representatives present at the gathering, the austere Count von Kramm representing German interests, Baron Gruner, the calculating Austrian diplomat, Monsieur Dubuque, the sophisticated but somewhat volatile French delegate, Count Negretto Silvius, the Italian representative with a reputation for ruthlessness in negotiation, and Colonel Arbuthnot, a taciturn Scottish diplomat who, like Sir Edward, represented British interests, though with a focus on military rather than economic matters. "And the staff?" Holmes inquired, his attention to detail as meticulous as ever. "Minimal," Mycroft replied. "The chalet is maintained year-round by a local couple, Joseph and Maria Steiner, who serve as caretakers and during occupied periods such as this, as cook and butler respectively. For this gathering, each principal diplomat brought a single personal attendant, and 2 additional local women from the village came daily to assist with cleaning and laundry, weather permitting. As the dessert course was served, a traditional Swiss apple tart accompanied by a rich mountain cream, Sherlock fixed his brother with a penetrating gaze. "You have theories, of course." Mycroft's expression remained carefully neutral. "I have considered various possibilities, none of which entirely satisfy the observed facts. The locked door and inaccessible window create a classic locked room problem. No poison was evident in Sir Edward's evening brandy or the remains of his dinner. There were no marks of violence on his body, though I acknowledge a proper medical examination may reveal what my cursory observation did not." "And the diplomatic implications?" Sherlock pressed. "Which of the represented nations stood to gain or lose the most from Sir Edward's participation in these negotiations?" "That," Mycroft replied with uncharacteristic hesitation, "is where matters become even more complex. Sir Edward was generally viewed as an honest broker, firm in protecting British interests but fair in acknowledging the legitimate concerns of other nations. His removal does not obviously benefit any single party." He lowered his voice further. "However, there are factions within each represented country that might prefer these negotiations to fail, elements that would profit from increased tensions rather than diplomatic resolution." Watson considered this sombre assessment. The late Victorian era was a time of intense imperial competition, with the great powers of Europe engaged in a complex dance of alliances, rivalries, and colonial expansion. Beneath the veneer of civilization and progress that characterized the age lay currents of nationalism and militarism that threatened the precarious balance of power. In such an environment, the death of a skilled diplomat at a crucial moment could indeed have far-reaching consequences. After dinner concluded, Mycroft led them to a small study adjacent to the main hall. Like the other rooms, it was comfortably furnished, with bookshelves lining the walls and a desk positioned to take advantage of the natural light from a window during daylight hours. A cabinet contained maps and charts, some unfurled on a side table, suggesting recent consultation. "I've had Sir Edward's personal effects gathered here," Mycroft explained, indicating a leather valise on the desk. "His official documents were secured immediately, of course, but these are his private papers, diary, and correspondence. Perhaps they will yield some insight into his state of mind or concerns prior to his death." Holmes moved immediately to examine these items, his fingers deftly sorting through the contents with practiced efficiency, and the room where he was found, he inquired without looking up from his task. "Remains exactly as it was," Mycroft assured him. "I posted one of our people, Hargreaves, a reliable man from the Foreign Office, to ensure no one entered. The body has been moved to a cold storage room in the chalet's cellar, where the natural temperature should have preserved it reasonably well." Watson nodded in approval of this arrangement. While not ideal from a medical perspective, the cold mountain environment would indeed slow decomposition significantly, allowing for a more effective examination than would have been possible had the body been maintained at room temperature. As Holmes continued his preliminary examination of Sir Edward's personal effects, Watson took the opportunity to inquire further about the diplomatic context. "These negotiations," he began, addressing Mycroft, "how long had they been planned?" "The groundwork has been laid over the past 18 months, Mycroft replied, settling into a leather armchair with a weary sigh that revealed the strain he had been under. "But this specific gathering was arranged only 6 weeks ago, when certain international developments created both a need and an opportunity for direct discussions. And the location? Why is this particular chalet so remote from conventional diplomatic channels?" Mycroft's expression suggested appreciation for the pertinence of Watson's question. "Privacy was paramount. These discussions touch on matters that could cause considerable public agitation if prematurely disclosed. Additionally, the isolation creates a certain pressure cooker effect. With limited distractions and no easy means of departure, the representatives are compelled to focus on finding common ground." Holmes looked up from Sir Edward's diary, which he had been skimming with his characteristic rapid absorption of text. "An environment that also makes it difficult to summon assistance or depart quickly if circumstances become threatening, he observed. "A double-edged sword, diplomatically speaking." "Precisely," Mycroft acknowledged. "A calculated risk, but one that Sir Edward felt was justified by the potential benefits of a successful outcome." Holmes returned the diary to the valise and straightened. "I would like to examine the scene now, while the evening is still relatively young. The details will be freshest and the light, artificial though it may be, will be adequate for a preliminary inspection." Mycroft rose with a slight wince that suggested his sedentary London habits had left him ill-prepared for the physical demands of mountain living. "Of course. I'll show you to Sir Edward's room immediately." They ascended a broad wooden staircase to the chalet's upper floor, their footsteps muffled by a runner of thick carpet. The corridor was illuminated by wall sconces that cast pools of golden light at regular intervals, though shadows gathered in the corners and recesses. The wooden walls were decorated with traditional Alpine carvings, and the occasional mounted trophy, evidence of hunting expeditions from the chalet's earlier days as a private retreat. Mycroft led them to the far end of the corridor, where a man in the understated but unmistakable attire of a British civil servant stood outside a closed door. "Hargreaves," Mycroft acknowledged with a nod. "You may stand down for the evening. My brother will take responsibility for the scene now." The man, Hargreaves, offered a respectful "sir" to each of the Holmes brothers, and a polite nod to Watson before departing, his footsteps fading down the corridor. "The door was forced here," Mycroft indicated, pointing to damage around the lock mechanism, when it became clear that something was amiss and Sir Edward did not respond to repeated knocking. Holmes examined the damaged area with minute attention, his fingers tracing the splintered wood and distorted metal. "Consistent with a forced entry," he confirmed. "No evidence of earlier tampering with the lock mechanism." He tried the handle and the door swung inward silently on well-oiled hinges. The room beyond was spacious by the standards of mountain accommodations, though not excessively large. A four-poster bed dominated one wall, its covers still neatly turned down as if awaiting an occupant. A writing desk positioned beneath the room's single window still held papers and writing implements, along with an oil lamp that had burned itself out, leaving a faint smell of spent oil in the air. A comfortable armchair was angled near a small fireplace, where the ashes of the last fire had long since gone cold. A wardrobe and chest of drawers contained Sir Edward's clothing and personal items, all arranged with the precision of a man accustomed to the assistance of a valet. And there, still seated at the writing desk as if merely pausing in his work, was the body of Sir Edward Carruthers. Even in death, the diplomat maintained a certain dignity. He was a man of perhaps 50 years, with the well-groomed appearance of one accustomed to moving in the highest circles of society and government. His silver-streaked dark hair was still neatly combed, his evening clothes immaculate save for a slight disarrangement of his collar, as if he had loosened it for comfort while working late. His expression was peaceful, with no indication of distress or surprise, as if death had come upon him so swiftly that he had no time to register its approach. Holmes circled the room slowly, his gaze taking in every detail, the position of furniture, the state of the window, locked from the inside as Mycroft had stated, the arrangement of items on the various surfaces. He paused at the fireplace, crouching to examine the ashes more closely, then moved to the washstand, where a porcelain basin still held water that had long since gone cold. Watson, meanwhile, approached the body with the professional detachment of a medical man. Years of battlefield experience in Afghanistan had inured him to the more distressing aspects of death, allowing him to focus on the clinical details that might reveal how Sir Edward had met his end. No obvious signs of violence, he confirmed, carefully examining the visible portions of the body without yet disturbing its position. The posture suggests he was writing or reading documents when death occurred. There's no indication of struggle or attempt to rise. He gently lifted one of the diplomat's hands, noting the slight rigidity that remained. Rigor mortis has largely passed, consistent with death occurring approximately 72 hours ago, allowing for the preservative effect of the cold environment. Holmes had moved to the window and was examining its mechanism with particular attention. Single-paned glass, substantial wooden frame, secured by an iron latch on the inside, he observed. As you indicated, Mycroft, it overlooks a sheer drop with no visible means for an assailant to access it from outside. And yet... He paused, producing his magnifying glass from his pocket and scrutinizing the windowsill more closely. "You've found something?" Mycroft inquired, moving closer. "Perhaps," Holmes replied noncommittally. "Watson, when you've completed your preliminary examination of the body, I would like your opinion on something." Watson nodded, and returned his attention to Sir Edward. With careful movements, he began a more thorough examination, checking for any marks or indications that might suggest the cause of death. "I shall need better light and to conduct a proper post-mortem examination to be certain," he said, after several minutes of careful inspection. "But I can tell you that there are no obvious wounds, no signs of strangulation or suffocation, no indications of a seizure or apoplectic fit." He straightened, his expression puzzled. "If I were forced to offer a preliminary opinion, I would say he appears to have simply stopped, as if some vital force was suddenly withdrawn, leaving the body intact but instantly lifeless." "An interesting choice of words, Watson," Holmes remarked, still examining the window area. "Come and look at this, if you would." Watson joined him at the window, where Holmes directed his attention to a barely perceptible discoloration on the wooden sill. "What do you make of that?" Examining it closely, Watson detected a faint crystalline residue, almost invisible against the dark wood. "Some kind of mineral deposit," he suggested, "though how it came to be here is unclear." "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "And observe this." He pointed to the glass pane itself, where, when viewed at precisely the right angle, a minute circular pattern could be detected, as if the glass had been marked or etched in a pattern approximately the size of a shilling. Mycroft had joined them now, his expression betraying both interest and concern. "I confess I did not observe these details in my examination of the room." "They are exceedingly subtle," Holmes acknowledged, "and perhaps entirely unrelated to Sir Edward's death. But in a locked-room mystery, every anomaly must be considered significant until proven otherwise. He turned back to the broader room, his gaze sweeping the space once more. The diplomatic pouch. Where is it kept? In that leather case beside the wardrobe, Mycroft replied, indicating a substantial document case secured with both a lock and diplomatic seals. It remains untouched. Only Sir Edward had the key, which was found in his waistcoat pocket. Holmes nodded, filing this information away. And his meals? You mentioned earlier that no poison was evident in his evening brandy or dinner remains. Were these items tested in any way? Not scientifically, Mycroft admitted, but I observed no unusual odour or appearance, and both the brandy and food came from common sources shared by all the guests. No one else reported any ill effects. Nevertheless, Holmes said, samples should be secured for proper analysis. And now, he turned to Watson, I believe we should conduct a more thorough examination of the body, with better light and the necessary instruments. Can this be done here, or would you prefer to move Sir Edward to another location? Watson considered the practical aspects. A proper post-mortem examination would ideally be conducted on a suitable table, with good light and access to water. If there is such a space available in the chalet, that would be preferable to conducting the procedure here. Mycroft nodded in understanding. There is a room adjacent to the cold storage area in the cellar that should serve the purpose. It was originally designed as a preparation space for game after hunting expeditions, somewhat macabre perhaps, but practical for your needs. As they prepared to move the body, Holmes made one final circuit of the room, his attention caught by a small detail he had previously overlooked, a fountain pen that had rolled slightly under the edge of the writing desk. He retrieved it carefully, examining the nib. This pen was in use when Sir Edward died, he observed. The ink has dried on the nib, but not completely flowed back into the reservoir, suggesting it was dropped suddenly rather than properly capped and set aside. He turned the pen over in his fingers, then examined the document that had been on the desk before Sir Edward. A letter, partially completed, he noted, addressed to his daughter in London, a personal correspondence rather than diplomatic business. His expression softened momentarily at this human detail, a man of international affairs taking time to write to his child before his unexpected end. With careful coordination, they arranged for Sir Edward's body to be transported to the preparation room Mycroft had mentioned. As they left the diplomat's chamber, Holmes paused in the doorway, his gaze sweeping the room one final time, committing every detail to memory. The locked room, the sealed window, the undisturbed belongings, the peaceful countenance of the dead man, all elements of a puzzle that had already drawn them into a web of international intrigue and diplomatic shadows. "The game is afoot, Watson," he murmured as they descended the stairs, "and it is a game played for stakes higher than we have yet encountered." Outside, beyond the warm confines of the chalet, night had fully claimed the mountains. The wind had risen, moaning around the eaves and carrying occasional flurries of snow that tapped against the windows like ghostly fingers seeking entrance. In the village far below, the lights would be dimming as the local residents retired for the evening, secure in the solid practicality of their daily lives. Here, in this isolated outpost of diplomatic manoeuvring, different forces were at work, forces that had somehow reached into a locked room and extinguished the life of a man whose skills might have helped maintain the fragile peace of nations. As Watson followed Holmes and Mycroft down to the cellar rooms where they would continue their investigation, he could not help but feel that the howling mountain wind carried more than just snow and cold. It seemed to whisper of secrets, of hidden purposes, of dangers not yet fully understood. The adventure of the Alpine Chalet had truly begun, and with it, a case that would test not only Holmes's legendary deductive abilities, but also the strength of the invisible bonds that connected nations in the complex web of late Victorian international relations. The preparation room in the chalet's cellar proved surprisingly well suited to their needs. Though originally designed for the dressing of game after hunting expeditions, its stone walls, drain-equipped floor, and sturdy wooden table, positioned beneath a cluster of oil lamps, provided the practical requirements for Watson's examination. The room retained the chill of the mountain night, which had helped preserve Sir Edward's remains, but necessitated that the three men keep their coats on as they worked. "I shall require hot water, clean cloths, and better light if possible," Watson stated, unpacking his medical instruments from his bag. His battlefield experience in Afghanistan had taught him to conduct examinations under far less ideal circumstances than these, but precision was essential when searching for subtle indications of the cause of death. Mycroft dispatched a servant to fulfill these requirements, and soon Watson was able to begin his methodical examination of the body. Holmes observed with keen attention, occasionally leaning closer to study a particular detail, while Mycroft maintained a respectful distance, his expression grave. No external signs of trauma, Watson confirmed as he worked. No indication of strangulation or suffocation. The eyes show no petechial hemorrhaging that would suggest asphyxiation. He carefully examined Sir Edward's hands and fingernails. No defensive wounds or skin beneath the nails that would indicate a struggle. As the examination progressed, Watson's professional demeanour concealed growing perplexity. The organs appear normal, with no obvious signs of disease that might explain sudden death, no evidence of heart failure or cerebral hemorrhage. He straightened, brow furrowed. If I were to hazard a preliminary conclusion, I would suggest some form of rapid-acting toxin that left minimal traces, but even this seems inconsistent with the complete absence of convulsions or other signs of poisoning. Holmes had been examining the diplomat's clothing with meticulous care, turning out pockets and studying each item before, setting it aside. His personal effects reveal a man of methodical habits and considerable responsibility, he observed. Diplomatic credentials, personal correspondence, keys to various locked cases and cabinets, a pocket watch of excellent quality, but showing signs of long use rather than recent acquisition, an heirloom perhaps. He held up a small silver case. His calling cards. Interesting that he maintained separate sets for diplomatic and personal use. Next came a leather-bound notebook filled with small, precise handwriting. Appointments, notes on the ongoing negotiations, personal reminders, nothing immediately suggestive of concern for his safety or suspicion of those around him. Mycroft, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. Sir Edward was not a man given to unfounded anxieties. If he sensed danger, he would have communicated his concerns through appropriate channels. Unless, Holmes countered, he was uncertain of the source of threat and therefore hesitant to trust the usual diplomatic communications. He carefully replaced the items in their respective pockets, his expression thoughtful. The lack of obvious cause suggests either remarkable subtlety in the method of murder, if murder it was, or some natural explanation that eludes conventional medical understanding. Watson completed his examination and began cleaning his instruments. I can tell you with reasonable certainty what did not kill Sir Edward. He did not die from any traumatic injury, respiratory failure, cardiac arrest, or cerebral event that would leave visible evidence. He did not ingest any poison that would cause the typical symptoms of gastric distress, convulsions, or respiratory paralysis. He shook his head, the limitations of Victorian medical science evident in his frustration. Beyond that, I can only say that death appears to have come swiftly and without struggle, as if some vital force was simply extinguished. Sir Edward's final day, most illuminating. The valet nodded respectfully to Watson before continuing his account. As I was saying, Mr. Holmes, Sir Edward seemed in excellent spirits that evening. The discussions had apparently gone well. He mentioned making significant progress on the North African question, though of course he did not share diplomatic details with me. His routine that evening, was it consistent with his usual habits? Holmes inquired. Entirely, sir. He dined with the other delegates, took brandy and cigars in the smoking room afterward, then retired to his chamber at his customary hour of 10 o'clock. I assisted him with his evening preparations, laid out his night clothes, prepared hot water for washing, and inquired if he needed anything else before I retired, and his demeanour throughout. You detected no anxiety, no unusual behaviour. Perkins considered this carefully. The only slight irregularity, and I hesitate to even mention it, as it seemed so insignificant at the time, was that Sir Edward requested I leave his window slightly ajar, despite the cold. He mentioned finding the air in the room somewhat close and wishing for better circulation. Holmes's interest visibly sharpened. The window that overlooks the sheer drop. You left it open? Just a crack, sir, perhaps an inch at most. Sir Edward assured me he would close it before retiring. He often worked on his correspondence for an hour or more before sleeping. And when you discovered him the next morning, I knocked at the usual hour, 7:30, with his morning tea. Receiving no response, I knocked again, then became concerned and sought out Mr. Mycroft Holmes, who authorised forcing the door. Perkins' voice faltered slightly. We found him as you saw him, sir, at his desk, quite still, with no signs of disturbance. And the window? Holmes pressed. Was it still ajar when you entered? No, sir. It was closed and latched from the inside. This detail clearly intrigued Holmes, who exchanged a meaningful glance with Watson. Thank you, Perkins. Your observations have been most helpful. I may have additional questions later. After the valet had been dismissed, Mycroft joined them for breakfast, during which they were introduced to the remaining diplomatic representatives who had not yet departed following Sir Edward's death. Count von Kramm, the German delegate, was a tall, aristocratic man with a dueling scar on his cheek, and the rigid bearing of a Prussian officer, though he wore civilian attire. Baron Gruner of Austria-Hungary presented a striking contrast. Smooth-mannered and voluble, with the practised charm of a career diplomat concealing calculating eyes that missed nothing. Colonel Arbuthnot, the British military attaché, was a weathered Scotsman with the taciturn demeanour of a man more comfortable on campaign than in diplomatic settings. He acknowledged Holmes with evident relief, murmuring, "Glad to see you, Mr. Holmes." Deducing awkward business, this. The introductions were polite but reserved, the atmosphere charged with unspoken tensions. It was clear that Sir Edward's mysterious death had cast a shadow over the diplomatic proceedings, creating an undercurrent of suspicion that threatened the delicate negotiations. After breakfast, Holmes suggested a walk around the exterior of the chalet to examine its structure more thoroughly in daylight. Watson accompanied him, grateful for the opportunity to breathe the crisp mountain air and discuss their impressions privately. "What do you make of Perkins's account?" Watson asked as they crunched through the snow that surrounded the building. "The window being left ajar seems significant." "Potentially crucial," Holmes agreed, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "It introduces a variable that Mycroft was unaware of. If the window was indeed open, even slightly during the evening, it creates a possible, though still seemingly impossible, point of entry." They had reached the eastern side of the chalet, where Sir Edward's window was visible on the upper floor. As Mycroft had described, it overlooked a sheer drop of several hundred feet, with no ledge or foothold that would allow conventional access from outside. Holmes studied the exterior wall with intense focus, occasionally referring to a small notebook in which he had sketched the chalet's layout. "Fascinating," he murmured. "The construction is traditional Alpine design, interlocking logs with minimal gaps, sealed with pitch and other materials to withstand the harsh mountain climate." He moved closer to the wall, examining the area directly beneath Sir Edward's window. "Watson, your opinion on this?" Watson joined him, noting a faint discoloration on the exterior logs, a crystalline residue similar to what they had observed on the interior window-sill. "The same substance we found inside," he confirmed. "It appears to have formed in a track leading from the ground up to the window." "Precisely," Holmes agreed. "Though what could have traversed such a vertical surface remains a mystery. No human could scale this wall without equipment that would leave more obvious marks." Their examination complete, they circled back to the main entrance, where they encountered Josef Steiner, the caretaker, splitting logs for the chalet's numerous fireplaces. He was a solid man of perhaps 50 years, with the powerful shoulders and weathered features of one who had spent his life in the mountains. "Herr Steiner," Holmes addressed him in German, then continued in English when it became clear the caretaker understood it well enough. "I wonder if you might tell us about the chalet's history and any unusual occurrences you've observed during your time here." Steiner set aside his axe and wiped his brow, regarding the two Englishmen with a mixture of caution and respect. "The chalet has stood for 30 years, he explained, his English accented but clear, built by a banker from Zurich who wished for privacy and the best views of the Alps. I have been a caretaker for 22 years now, since the banker's death and the property's purchase by your government." He glanced toward the eastern face of the building. "As for unusual occurrences, the mountains have their own ways. Things happen here that cannot be easily explained by city thinking. You're referring to the local beliefs about mountain spirits, Holmes suggested, his tone neutral rather than dismissive. Steiner nodded slowly. These are not mere stories for children, Herr Holmes. Those of us who have lived here for generations understand that the mountains demand respect. When that respect is not given, he shrugged expressively. The breathtakers come, these entities. Have you ever encountered evidence of them personally? Holmes inquired. The caretaker was silent for a moment, then responded with quiet conviction. 15 years ago, a hunting party stayed at the chalet. Wealthy men from Geneva who treated the mountain with arrogance, shooting more game than they could use, leaving waste, speaking loudly of how they had conquered the peaks. His weathered face grew sombre. On the third night, the youngest of them was found dead in his bed. No marks, no signs of struggle. Simply empty, like your English diplomat. Watson exchanged a glance with Holmes, noting how the description paralleled Sir Edward's case. Was there an investigation? The local doctor came but could determine no cause. The hunting party left immediately, and the matter was not spoken of again. Steiner picked up his axe and returned to his wood splitting. You seek a human killer, Herr Holmes, but consider this. In these heights, not all dangers come on two legs. As they returned to the chalet, Watson couldn't help but feel the weight of the caretaker's words. Surely you don't give credence to these superstitions, he asked Holmes. I neither accept nor reject them at this stage, Holmes replied thoughtfully. Local beliefs often contain elements of truth, observed through a different lens than our own. What interests me is the consistency of the phenomenon described. Death without apparent cause, in a sealed room, leaving the victim unmarked, but unmistakably lifeless. Whether attributed to supernatural entities or a clever human agency, the method remains our primary puzzle. They found Mycroft in the study, reviewing documents related to the diplomatic negotiations. Any progress? He inquired, setting aside his papers. Holmes shared their observations from the exterior examination, particularly the crystalline residue beneath Sir Edward's window. I would like to send a sample to London for chemical analysis, he said, though given our isolation, it will be days before we could receive results. There may be an alternative, Mycroft suggested. Count von Kram's attaché is a chemist by training, with a portable laboratory among his equipment. He uses it primarily for testing water sources and foodstuffs during diplomatic travels, but the instruments might serve our purpose. Holmes considered this. Interesting, though it raises the question of how much to reveal about our investigation to the German delegation. Still, the scientific benefits may outweigh the diplomatic risks. Before they could discuss the matter further, a commotion from the main hall drew their attention. Raised voices, including one with a distinct French accent expressing alarm. They emerged from the study to find Monsieur Dubuque, the French delegate, gesticulating dramatically as he addressed Colonel Arbuthnot and Baron Gruner. It is insupportable, the Frenchman exclaimed. First the Englishman dies mysteriously, and now my personal correspondence disappears from a locked case. We are not safe in this accursed place. Mycroft moved forward smoothly, his diplomatic training evident in his calming tone. Monsieur Dubuque, please accept my assurances that this matter will be thoroughly investigated. When precisely did you notice these documents were missing? The Frenchman drew himself up with injured dignity. This morning, when I went to prepare notes for today's session, the case was still locked, yet the specific papers regarding our position on the Moroccan question were gone. Only those papers, nothing else. Holmes had been observing the scene with keen interest. Your room, it is also on the upper floor? Yes, at the western end of the chalet, and the window. Was it secured last night? Dubuque's expression shifted from indignation to uncertainty. I believe so, though I recall feeling a draught during the night and rising to check. I found it latched but felt cold air nonetheless. His voice lowered, the servant's whisper of mountain spirits that can pass through the smallest gaps. I dismissed such peasant superstitions, but now he crossed himself reflexively. The French diplomat's account added a new dimension to the case. No longer merely a mysterious death, but now also the targeted theft of sensitive diplomatic documents. As the morning progressed, tension within the chalet increased palpably. The delegates gathered in small groups, speaking in hushed tones, casting glances at others present. The unity of purpose that had brought them together was fracturing under the weight of suspicion and fear. That afternoon, Holmes requested a telegraph be sent to Inspector Lestrade in London, requesting information about similar unusual deaths in other contexts. The village of Meiringen maintained a telegraph office that, weather permitting, could transmit messages to the outside world, a tenuous link to the resources of London that might provide valuable context for their investigation. The local superstitions are taking hold even among these sophisticated diplomats, Watson observed as they waited for a response. Fear is spreading through the chalet like contagion. Fear has always been a powerful force in human affairs, Holmes replied, particularly fear of the unknown or unexplainable. Our task is to bring rational explanation to these events before panic undermines not just this diplomatic gathering, but potentially the stability of European relations. As evening approached, the weather began to deteriorate once again. Clouds gathered around the higher peaks, and the wind resumed its keening song around the chalet's eaves. Inside, fires were built up against the coming cold, and lamps were lit earlier than usual, creating islands of warm illumination against the gathering gloom. Dinner that evening was a strained affair, with conversation limited to polite banalities, as each delegate seemed lost in private thoughts or suspicions. Even the normally voluble Baron Gruner maintained a reserved demeanour, while Count von Cram watched the others with calculating assessment. Colonel Arbuthnot ate with military efficiency, his weathered face betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. Later, as Holmes and Watson prepared to retire for the night, a servant brought word that Josef Steiner requested to speak with them urgently. They found the caretaker waiting in the kitchen, his expression grave. "Herr Holmes," he began without preamble, "there is something you should know. My wife heard strange sounds last night, a soft scraping above the ceilings, moving from the eastern wing toward the French diplomat's room. She thought it might be small animals that sometimes find their way into the roof spaces during cold weather." He paused, then continued with evident reluctance. "But this morning we found these." From his pocket he produced several small crystals of an unusual blue-white colour, identical to the residue they had observed on Sir Edward's windowsill and the exterior wall. "They were on the floor beneath the access hatch to the roof space," Steiner explained. "The same substance appears when the breathtakers have passed. It is their trace, like frost, but it does not melt with warmth." Holmes accepted the crystals, examining them with intense interest. "Thank you, Herr Steiner. This may prove most valuable to our investigation." After the caretaker had gone, Holmes turned to Watson, his expression animated with the intellectual challenge. "The game grows more complex, Watson. Whatever agency caused Sir Edward's death, human or otherwise, it appears to have returned last night to remove documents from the French delegation. And tonight?" Watson inquired, glancing toward the windows where darkness had fully descended. "Tonight," Holmes replied, checking his revolver before slipping it into his pocket, "we shall maintain a vigil. The mountain spirits, or whoever is using that superstition as cover, may find themselves confronted with more resistance than they anticipated." Outside, the wind's voice rose to a howl, and the first snowflakes of a fresh storm began to swirl against the windows, further isolating the chalet from the world beyond its walls, a world of rational explanations and conventional dangers, so distant now from this realm of mountain shadows and unexplained deaths. The night watch began in silence, with Holmes and Watson positioned strategically in the upper corridor of the chalet. They had chosen a small alcove near the junction, where the hallway branched toward the eastern and western wings, providing them with sightlines to both the remaining diplomats' chambers and the ceiling access hatch that Josef Steiner had identified. Mycroft, after some debate, had agreed to inform Colonel Arbuthnot of their plans, but no one else, reasoning that the British military attaché could be trusted implicitly, while suspicion still surrounded the other delegations. "If our quarry is human," Holmes had explained as they settled into position, "they must access the roof space somewhere. This hatch is the most logical entry point, given its relative privacy and proximity to both Sir Edward's former chamber and Monsieur Dubuque's room." The chalet had grown quiet as midnight approached. The diplomats and their attendants retired to their respective chambers, the servants to their quarters on the lower level. Only the persistent voice of the wind and the occasional creak of the wooden structure as it responded to the dropping temperature broke the silence. Watson found himself reflecting on the curious duality of their surroundings. The refined elegance of the chalet's interior with its comfortable furnishings and well-stocked library, seeming increasingly at odds with the primal forces of the mountain wilderness that enveloped it. Civilization's veneer felt particularly thin here, where the harsh alpine elements pressed against the windows and local superstitions had begun to erode even sophisticated diplomatic composure. "I've been considering the diplomatic context more carefully," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible over the wind. "Mycroft provided additional details about the negotiations while you were examining the crystalline samples this afternoon." "Any insights?" Watson inquired equally quietly. "Several points of particular tension have emerged. The North African question, specifically Morocco, appears to be a significant flashpoint. Germany has been gradually extending its influence there, much to French displeasure. Meanwhile, Russian interests in the Balkans conflict with Austrian ambitions, creating another potential collision course." Watson nodded thoughtfully. The complex web of international relations in the late Victorian era was increasingly characterized by imperial competition, with the great powers of Europe establishing spheres of influence across Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. What had once been primarily commercial rivalries were increasingly taking on military dimensions as national prestige became entwined with colonial possessions. "And Britain's position?" he asked. "Traditionally to prevent any single power from achieving dominance," Holmes replied. "British policy has long favoured a balance that keeps European energies focused outward rather than on continental conflicts. Sir Edward was apparently pursuing a series of bilateral understandings that would reduce immediate tensions while preserving British interests, making him valuable to the peace process, but potentially an obstacle to those who might prefer more aggressive policies," Watson observed. "Precisely. And the Moroccan document stolen from the French delegation may represent a similar attempt to disrupt carefully calibrated diplomatic positions." Holmes shifted slightly, adjusting his view of the corridor. "The question remains, which nation benefits most from destabilizing these negotiations?" Their hushed conversation was interrupted by a sound so subtle that Watson might have missed it, had they not been sitting in complete silence, a soft scraping from above, similar to what Maria Steiner had reported hearing the previous night. Holmes's posture immediately tensed, his attention fixed on the ceiling access hatch several yards down the corridor. The scraping continued intermittently, moving with agonizing slowness toward the hatch. Watson found his hands straying to his revolver, though what manner of threat they might face remained unclear. The local superstitions about mountain spirits seemed absurd in the rational context of a criminal investigation, yet the circumstances of Sir Edward's death defied conventional explanation. Minutes stretched into a quarter hour as the sounds continued their gradual progression. Holmes remained perfectly still, his keen eyes fixed on the hatch, his breathing so controlled as to be nearly imperceptible. Watson, despite his military experience with nighttime vigils, found the tension almost unbearable. The combination of the howling mountain wind, the irregular creaking of the chalet's timbers, and the mysterious scraping creating an atmosphere of mounting anticipation. When the hatch finally moved, it did so with such subtle slowness that the change was barely perceptible. A hairline gap appeared between the wooden panel and its frame, widening by millimetres over the course of several minutes. No hand appeared to push it. Instead, the hatch seemed to raise itself through some unseen mechanism. Holmes's hand closed around Watson's wrist in a signal to remain absolutely motionless. The hatch now stood open by perhaps 3 inches, enough to allow something to pass through, but still revealing nothing of what might lie beyond. What emerged defied immediate categorization. In the dim light of the corridor's single oil lamp, it appeared at first to be a tendril of unusually dense mist or smoke, moving with a purpose that suggested animation rather than mere air currents. It extended from the hatch opening like a probing finger, seeming to test the atmosphere of the corridor. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. The tendril, if that was the proper term, expanded gradually, forming a translucent column perhaps 4 inches in diameter that descended to the floor of the corridor. As it touched the wooden planks, a faint sound like escaping steam accompanied the appearance of a small deposit of crystalline material identical to what they had found on Sir Edward's windowsill. Holmes observed with absolute concentration, making no move toward his revolver or any other defensive action. The misty column paused at the junction of the corridor, then began to move deliberately toward the western wing where Monsieur Dubuque's chamber was located. With a barely perceptible nod to Watson, Holmes rose silently to his feet and began to follow the phenomenon, maintaining a distance of perhaps 15 feet. Watson followed, his medical mind racing to reconcile what he was observing with natural scientific principles. The entity, Watson found himself already categorizing it as such rather than as a mere physical phenomenon, left a faint trail of crystalline residue in its wake, marking its path along the corridor floor. As they approached Monsieur Dubuque's door, Holmes gestured for Watson to position himself on the opposite side of the corridor. The misty column had paused at the threshold, seemingly examining the gap beneath the door. To Watson's astonishment, it then appeared to compress itself, gradually reducing in diameter until it was thin enough to pass through the narrow space between door and floor. Holmes moved swiftly to the door, pressing his ear against the wood to listen for any sound from within. After a moment he tried the handle and found it locked. Without hesitation, he withdrew from his pocket a set of slender tools that Watson recognized as the lockpicks Holmes occasionally employed in their investigations. "Diplomatic necessity," Holmes whispered as he worked on the lock with practiced efficiency. The mechanism yielded within seconds, and Holmes eased the door open just enough for them to slip inside. Monsieur Dubuque's chamber was in darkness save for the faint moonlight filtering through the window. The French diplomat lay asleep in his bed, apparently undisturbed by their entry. The misty entity had moved to his writing desk, where a leather dispatch case sat prominently. As they watched in silent amazement, the tendril seemed to examine the lock mechanism of the case. Where it made contact, a faint hissing sound accompanied the appearance of more crystalline deposits. Within moments, the lock mechanism had been completely encrusted with the blue-white crystals, which appeared to be corroding the metal through some unknown chemical process. Holmes clearly recognized that intervention was necessary. He struck a match, simultaneously illuminating the room and signaling their presence. The effect on the misty entity was immediate and dramatic. It recoiled from the sudden light, contracting into a more compact form that pulsated with what appeared to be agitation. Monsieur Dubuque awoke with a startled cry, bolting upright in his bed. "Qu'est-ce que c'est?" he exclaimed, then switched to English as he recognized the intruders. "Mr. Holmes!" "What is the meaning of this?" "Apologies for the intrusion," Holmes replied calmly, his gaze still fixed on the retreating misty form. "But your diplomatic papers were about to be compromised once again." The Frenchman followed Holmes's gaze, his expression transforming from indignation to horror as he beheld the strange phenomenon. "Mon Dieu! The mountain spirit! It is real!" The entity had withdrawn to the furthest corner of the room, continuing to contract into an increasingly dense form. As they watched, it moved toward the window, which Watson now noticed was indeed latched, but had a small gap where the frame had warped slightly, creating an opening of perhaps a quarter-inch. Holmes lunged toward the window, intent on preventing the entity's escape, but he was too late. The misty form compressed itself with astonishing rapidity and flowed through the narrow gap, disappearing into the night beyond. A surge of bitterly cold air entered the room in its wake, carrying swirling snowflakes that danced in the lamplight before settling on the floor. "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, examining the windowsill where a substantial deposit of the crystalline substance remained. "Watson, collect as much of this material as possible. We must have it analysed without delay." Monsieur Dubuque had risen from his bed, wrapping himself in a dressing gown and crossing himself reflexively. "What manner of demon was that?" he demanded, his voice unsteady. "The servants' tales, They spoke the truth. "I am not prepared to embrace supernatural explanations just yet," Holmes replied, turning his attention to the diplomatic case on the desk. The lock was thoroughly encrusted with crystals, the metal visibly corroded. "Though I admit the phenomenon defies immediate rational categorization, may I?" He gestured toward the case. The Frenchman nodded, still visibly shaken. "Please see if they have been taken." Holmes carefully opened the damaged case, revealing several dossiers and folders of documents. Which ones were previously targeted? The Morocco file there. With the red binding, Holmes examined the indicated file without touching it. "It appears intact. Our timely intervention seems to have prevented a second theft." He turned to Watson. "Have you collected the crystalline sample?" Watson had been carefully scraping the substance from the windowsill into a small vial from his medical kit. "Yes, though I'm not certain what manner of analysis will identify such an unusual material." Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door, followed immediately by the entrance of Mycroft and Colonel Arbuthnot, both in dressing gowns, but fully alert we heard commotion. Mycroft explained, surveying the scene with his characteristic rapid assessment. "I see you've encountered our mysterious intruder." "Indeed." Holmes confirmed, though intruder may be an inadequate term for what we observed. He provided a concise description of the misty entity and its apparent attempt to access the French diplomatic papers. Colonel Arbuthnot's weathered face remained impassive, though his eyes betrayed intense interest. "In my years in India, I encountered phenomena that Western science struggles to classify," he remarked. "The local traditions often contain more wisdom than our rational minds are prepared to accept." "Perhaps," Holmes acknowledged, "though I suspect there may be a more terrestrial explanation, however unusual." He turned to Monsieur Dubuque. "Your papers should be secured elsewhere for the remainder of the night. I suggest Colonel Arbuthnot's chamber, as he is both trustworthy and unlikely to be targeted." The French diplomat agreed readily, gathering his most sensitive documents with shaking hands. As arrangements were made for the relocated papers and additional watches set for the remainder of the night, Watson found himself contemplating the extraordinary scene they had witnessed. His medical training and scientific worldview provided no framework for understanding the misty entity, yet his own eyes had opened. News of the night's events had spread among the diplomatic contingent, with reactions ranging from skepticism to barely concealed panic. Count von Kramm maintained his composed exterior, but requested a private meeting with Holmes following breakfast. "I understand you witnessed something unusual last night." The German diplomat began once they were seated in a small anteroom off the main hall. His aristocratic features remained carefully neutral, though his eyes revealed genuine interest. "Monsieur Dubuque's account was rather theatrical, but I suspect yours will be more precise." Holmes provided a factual description of the misty entity, neither embellishing nor dismissing its extraordinary nature. The phenomenon left physical evidence, a crystalline substance unlike anything in my experience. I had hoped to avail myself of your attaché's chemical equipment to analyse it if you would be willing. Von Kramm studied Holmes thoughtfully. "You believe this entity was also responsible for Sir Edward's death? The evidence suggests a connection. The same crystalline residue was found in his room, and the method of entry appears similar, through narrow gaps that would prevent conventional access." The German's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. "I will arrange for Herr Müller to assist with the analysis. His equipment is limited but may provide preliminary insights." He leaned forward slightly. "Mr. Holmes, I speak now unofficially. These negotiations are of greater importance than perhaps you realise. Certain factions within my own government, and others, would prefer they fail. Sir Edward's balanced approach was respected, even by those who opposed British policies in principle. You're suggesting his death may have political motivations beyond the immediate diplomatic context," Holmes observed. "I suggest nothing," von Kramm replied carefully. "I merely provide context that may prove relevant to your investigation." Following this cryptic conversation, Holmes arranged for the crystalline samples to be analysed by the German chemist. Herr Müller proved to be a precise, methodical man who approached the unusual substance with professional curiosity rather than superstition. "Most fascinating," he declared after several hours of tests conducted in a small laboratory he had established in his quarters. "The material has properties I have never encountered in natural formations. It appears to be a complex compound that reacts with metals, particularly iron and steel, causing rapid oxidation through an unknown mechanism. Could it be artificially created?" Holmes inquired, watching as the chemist conducted another test involving the application of various solutions to small samples of the crystal. "Perhaps, though the chemical structure would require advanced knowledge beyond current scientific understanding." Müller adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. "It is not impossible that it represents a natural phenomenon unique to these alpine elevations, perhaps related to mineral deposits in the surrounding mountains." While the chemical analysis continued, Watson joined Mycroft in the study to review Sir Edward's personal papers more thoroughly, seeking any indication that the diplomat had sensed danger or identified specific tensions in the negotiations that might have made him a target. His diary entries from the days preceding his death reveal optimism about the progress being made, Mycroft observed, turning pages of the leather-bound volume carefully. Particular breakthrough regarding the Moroccan question, the very subject of the documents targeted in Monsieur Dubuque's room. A connection that cannot be coincidental, Watson agreed. Yet how does this relate to the extraordinary entity we observed? If political factions opposed to these negotiations are responsible, they have employed means beyond conventional understanding. Mycroft's expression was troubled. The implications extend beyond this isolated incident, Doctor. If certain elements possess such capabilities, whether technological, chemical, or— He hesitated before continuing. Something yet unclassified by science. The balance of power that maintains peace in Europe could be fundamentally disrupted. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Holmes, his expression animated with the energy that characterized him when making progress in a challenging case. "The chemical analysis has yielded partial results," he announced, closing the study door to ensure privacy. "The crystalline substance contains elements unknown to current science, according to Herr Müller. However, he identified traces of rare minerals found only in certain Alpine formations, specifically in caves within the Reichenbach Massif, less than 5 miles from this chalet, suggesting a natural rather than manufactured origin," Watson noted. "Or the adaptation of natural materials through processes we do not yet understand," Holmes countered. "What is becoming increasingly clear is that the entity we observed, whatever its nature, has a connection to the local geography and possibly to the folklore that has developed around it." Mycroft had been listening with his characteristic still intensity. And the diplomatic angle, how does this connect to the targeting of specific negotiations and documents? That, Holmes acknowledged, remains the central mystery. We have established the means, or at least observed it in operation, but not the controlling intelligence behind it. Is this phenomenon being directed by human agency, or does it possess its own form of consciousness and purpose? He paced the small study, his movements reflecting the energy of his thoughts. The local superstitions about mountain spirits may contain kernels of truth wrapped in generations of folklore. Perhaps these entities have been observed for centuries, their actions interpreted through the lens of pre-scientific understanding. Yet the specific targeting of diplomatic papers suggests modern political motivations, Watson pointed out. Unless, Holmes suggested, his expression revealing the radical nature of his thinking, these entities have their own interest in human affairs that we do not comprehend. The Alpine regions have been contested by nations and empires for centuries. Perhaps the mountain spirits have developed their own perspective on these conflicts. Mycroft regarded his brother with a mixture of skepticism and concern. "You appear to be considering explanations that venture beyond the rational frameworks we typically employ, Sherlock. When conventional explanations fail to accommodate observed phenomena, we must expand our frameworks," Holmes replied. "I am not suggesting supernatural agency in the religious sense, merely acknowledging that our scientific understanding may be incomplete when confronting certain natural phenomena." The conversation was interrupted by an urgent knock at the study door. Colonel Arbuthnot entered without waiting for acknowledgement, his military bearing momentarily compromised by evident agitation. "Gentlemen," You're needed immediately. Count von Cram has collapsed in the main hall, under circumstances that the staff are already attributing to the mountain spirits. They rushed to the main hall, where they found the German diplomat lying unconscious near the great fireplace. His attaché, Herr Müller, was already attending to him, loosening his collar and checking vital signs with professional efficiency. He was standing here, discussing the day's agenda, Baron Gruner explained, his typical smooth manner disrupted by genuine alarm. Suddenly he gasped, clutched at his throat and collapsed. There was no one near him, no physical contact of any kind. Watson immediately knelt beside the fallen diplomat, his medical training taking precedence over all other considerations. His examination revealed symptoms disturbingly similar to what he had observed in Sir Edward's body. No obvious trauma, no indications of seizure or apoplexy, simply a profound stillness that suggested the sudden cessation of vital processes. "He's alive," Watson announced after a tense moment, detecting a faint but present pulse. "But his respiration is severely compromised. We must get him to a bed immediately and provide supplemental oxygen if possible." As they carefully transported the unconscious diplomat to his chamber, Holmes surveyed the area where he had fallen. His keen eyes detected what others had missed: a small deposit of the now familiar crystalline substance on the stone hearth of the fireplace, partially concealed by the ornate iron grating. The pattern was becoming clearer, yet simultaneously more disturbing. Whatever force had ended Sir Edward's life and attempted to steal diplomatic documents had now struck again, this time in broad daylight in the most public space of the chalet. The entity, or entities, were growing bolder, suggesting either increasing desperation or confidence. As Watson worked to stabilise Count von Cram's condition, Holmes and Mycroft withdrew to confer privately on the rapidly escalating situation. "The diplomatic implications are becoming catastrophic," Mycroft observed, his normally composed demeanour showing signs of strain. "First, a British diplomat dies under impossible circumstances. Now, a German representative is attacked. The potential for international incidents grows by the hour." "And yet," Holmes noted, "the pattern suggests specific targeting rather than random aggression." Sir Edward had made progress on the Moroccan question. The exact documents later targeted in the French delegation's papers. Von Cram had just completed analysing the crystalline substance connected to the entity. "You believe he was attacked to prevent scientific understanding of the phenomenon," Mycroft suggested. "It seems a reasonable hypothesis, though still provisional." Holmes gazed out the window at the snow-covered Alpine landscape, his expression thoughtful. "The question remains, who benefits from disrupting these negotiations, and how have they harnessed or directed what appears to be a naturally occurring Alpine phenomenon towards specific diplomatic targets?" Outside, the mountain peaks stood in silent majesty against the blue sky, revealing nothing of their secrets. Within the chalet, fear and suspicion continued to spread among the diplomatic contingent. The delicate web of international relations that Sir Edward had worked to strengthen was unravelling thread by thread, precisely as some unknown faction clearly desired. The afternoon brought a temporary improvement in Count von Cram's condition, though he remained weak and unable to communicate beyond basic gestures. Watson had established a rotation of attendants to monitor his breathing, which continued to be laboured despite all medical interventions. The German attaché, Herr Müller, divided his time between caring for his superior and continuing the chemical analysis that had potentially made the Count a target. "I've telegraphed Lestrade with an update on the situation," Holmes informed Watson, as they conferred in a quiet corner of the library. "Though I doubt Scotland Yard has encountered anything similar, they may be able to research historical cases that bear resemblance to our current predicament." The library, like the rest of the chalet, reflected its origins as a wealthy banker's retreat. The shelves were stocked with an eclectic collection of volumes in multiple languages, from practical Alpine guides to philosophical treatises. Holmes had been systematically examining the collection, seeking any local histories or folklore that might illuminate the nature of the breathtakers. "Have you found anything useful?" Watson inquired, noting the small stack of books Holmes had set aside. "Several intriguing references," Holmes replied, opening a weathered volume bound in faded leather. This account from 1823 describes an incident at a monastery near the Reichenbach Falls, where 3 monks were found dead in their locked cells, with no marks of violence or signs of poison. Local villagers attributed the deaths to mountain spirits angered by the monastery's expansion into a sacred cave system. Watson's expression revealed skepticism despite their recent extraordinary observations. Surely you don't suggest these entities have been targeting humans for centuries? I suggest only that the phenomenon we've observed has historical precedent, interpreted through the cultural framework of each era. Holmes turned to another marked page. More interesting still is this geological survey from 1867, which notes unusual mineral formations in the cave system beneath the Reichenbach Massif, formations that produce a strange luminosity and vaporous emanations when subjected to certain atmospheric conditions. Before Watson could respond, they were interrupted by Joseph Steiner, the caretaker, who entered the library with uncharacteristic urgency. "Herr Holmes," he began without preamble, "there is something you must see. When checking the chalet's exterior for winter damage, I discovered something unusual on the eastern side." Holmes immediately set aside the book. "Show us." The caretaker led them through the chalet and outside into the crisp mountain air. The afternoon sun had begun its descent toward the western peaks, casting long shadows across the snow-covered ground. They circled to the eastern face, the side directly beneath Sir Edward's window, where Steiner pointed to a section of the log wall near the foundation. "There," he indicated, crouching near the chalet's base. "I noticed it only because of the sun's angle revealing the outline." Holmes knelt in the snow, examining the area with intense focus. What had appeared from a distance to be an ordinary section of the chalet's log construction now revealed a subtle irregularity, a rectangular seam approximately 3 feet high and 2 feet wide, almost invisible unless viewed in precisely the right light. "A concealed entrance," Holmes murmured, his gloved fingers tracing the nearly imperceptible gap. Masterfully disguised to match the log pattern of the surrounding wall, Watson joined them, his amazement evident. But the chalet plans showed no such access point. "It was not in the original design," Steiner confirmed. "It must have been added later, with great skill to remain undetected for so long." Holmes continued his examination, moving his hands methodically across the hidden panel. "There is a mechanism here." "Ah!" With a soft click, the panel shifted slightly, revealing its nature as a disguised door. Holmes carefully pulled it open, exposing a dark space beyond. "A passage beneath the chalet," he observed, his voice reflecting controlled excitement. "Watson, fetch a lamp. We have discovered our hidden path." When Watson returned with an oil lamp, the 3 men peered into the revealed opening. A narrow tunnel extended beneath the chalet's foundation, roughly hewn from the mountain rock, and supported by wooden beams at intervals. The air that flowed from the passage was noticeably colder than the winter atmosphere outside, carrying a mineral scent that reminded Watson of their earlier encounter with the misty entity. "This explains how someone could access areas beneath the chalet without detection," Holmes remarked, ducking to enter the passage. "The question remains, who created this? And when?" "I have maintained this property for 22 years, Steiner said, following Holmes into the tunnel with evident reluctance, and never knew of this entrance. It must have been constructed with great secrecy." The passage descended at a gentle angle, leading deeper beneath the chalet. Holmes moved cautiously, holding the lamp high to illuminate their way. The rough stone walls occasionally gave way to sections of natural cave formation, suggesting the tunnel had been designed to take advantage of existing geological features. After approximately 50 yards, the passage opened into a larger chamber with a natural stone ceiling perhaps 15 feet high. Here, the walls glittered with unusual mineral formations, crystalline structures similar to the residue they had found, associated with the misty entity, but on a larger scale. In the lamplight they emitted a faint blue-white luminescence. "Extraordinary," Holmes murmured, examining the formations without touching them. The mineral deposits mentioned in the geological survey. This chamber appears to be a natural formation that was deliberately connected to the chalet via the tunnel. Watson noticed something else: a wooden ladder leading upward through a vertical shaft in the chamber's ceiling. Holmes, look. This may provide access to the chalet's interior. Holmes directed the lamp toward the shaft. Indeed. Let us see where it leads. The ladder was sturdy despite its apparent age, secured firmly to the rock wall of the vertical passage. Holmes ascended first, followed by Watson, with Steiner remaining in the chamber below, clearly uncomfortable with their discoveries. The shaft rose perhaps 20 feet before ending at what appeared to be a wooden trapdoor. Holmes examined it carefully before applying gentle pressure. It moved slightly but seemed secured from above. "We'll need to force it," he whispered to Watson. "Be prepared for whatever, or whoever, might be on the other side." With a controlled, powerful thrust, Holmes pushed the trapdoor upward, dislodging what felt like a covering object. He emerged into a small, dark space that their lamp revealed to be a storage closet, filled with linens and household supplies. A heavy chest had been positioned over the trapdoor, now pushed aside by Holmes's entry. "Where in the chalet are we?" Watson whispered as he joined Holmes in the confined space. Holmes oriented himself quickly. "Based on our direction and distance, I believe we're near the central corridor of the upper floor, close to where we observed the ceiling access hatch during our vigil." They carefully opened the closet door, finding themselves in the upper corridor, specifically in a service area used for storing linens and cleaning supplies, a location rarely visited except by the housekeeping staff. "The hatch we observed was merely the final access point," Holmes concluded as they surveyed their surroundings. "This entire system, the external concealed door, the underground passage, the vertical shaft to this closet, and finally the ceiling hatch, creates a complete hidden pathway through the chalet." But for what purpose, Watson wondered, and constructed by whom? Holmes's expression was grave. "The purpose seems increasingly clear: to allow covert access to the diplomatic chambers, particularly when the chalet hosts sensitive negotiations. As for who created it," he paused, his mind working through the implications. "The craftsmanship suggests professional expertise, possibly military or intelligence in nature. The question is, which nation's interests are being served?" They descended back to the underground chamber, where Steiner waited anxiously. "We must inform Mycroft immediately," Holmes decided. "This discovery fundamentally changes our understanding of recent events." As they retraced their steps through the tunnel and emerged once again into the fading afternoon light, Watson found himself grappling with the implications. The hidden passage provided a physical explanation for access to secured rooms, but it did nothing to illuminate the nature of the misty entity they had observed, nor how it related to the crystalline formations in the underground chamber. "The mountain has kept its secrets well," Steiner remarked as they sealed the concealed door behind them. "Perhaps some of those secrets were not meant to be discovered." Holmes's eyes gleamed with the intellectual challenge. "On the contrary, Herr Steiner. Every secret once revealed brings us closer to the truth, however uncomfortable that truth might prove to be." When they returned to the chalet's main hall, they found Mycroft engaged in tense conversation with Baron Gruner and Colonel Arbuthnot. The diplomatic situation had clearly deteriorated further during their absence. "Ah, Sherlock," Mycroft acknowledged their arrival with evident relief. "I was just explaining to our colleagues that despite recent alarming events, abandoning the negotiations entirely would be premature." Holmes gestured for his brother to join them privately. "We've made a significant discovery that may explain much, though not all, of what has transpired here." As Holmes detailed their findings in the privacy of the study, Mycroft's expression transformed from initial skepticism to grave comprehension. "A covert access system throughout the chalet," he summarized, "professionally constructed and cleverly concealed. This suggests a level of planning and resource that implicates state-level actors rather than mere opportunists. Yet it doesn't fully explain the nature of the entity we observed," Watson pointed out. "The misty form, its ability to compress itself through minute openings, the crystalline residue it leaves behind. These characteristics go beyond conventional espionage techniques." "Unless," Holmes suggested, someone has found a way to harness or direct the natural phenomenon associated with the mineral formations in the underground chamber. The geological survey mentioned vaporous emanations under certain conditions. Perhaps what we witnessed was the product of scientific manipulation rather than supernatural agency. Their discussion was interrupted by an urgent knock. Colonel Arbuthnot entered without waiting for a response, his military bearing contrasting with the alarm in his expression. "Mr. Holmes, all of you must come quickly. Herr Müller has made a discovery about the crystalline substance, and something is happening in Count von Kram's room." The scene in Count von Kram's chamber was extraordinary. The German diplomat remained unconscious in his bed, attended by his valet. But what drew their immediate attention was the transformation occurring by the window. Herr Müller stood transfixed, his scientific composure momentarily abandoned as he watched the phenomenon unfold. A misty formation similar to what they had observed the previous night was materializing, not entering from outside, but apparently forming spontaneously from a small collection of the crystalline substance on the windowsill. As they watched, it grew more substantial, pulsating with a blue-white luminescence that cast ethereal shadows across the room. "It began approximately 5 minutes ago," Müller explained, his voice hushed with wonder and apprehension. "I was examining a sample of the crystal when the temperature in the room dropped suddenly. The specimen began to change." Holmes approached carefully, observing the misty entity with intense focus. "Your discovery, Herr Müller. What was it?" The German chemist tore his gaze away from the phenomenon to address Holmes. "The crystals respond to specific atmospheric conditions, particularly rapid drops in barometric pressure combined with certain electrical charges in the air. When these conditions align, the crystalline structure becomes unstable, transitioning from solid to this gaseous state through an unknown process." The approaching storm, Watson realized, glancing toward the window where dark clouds had begun gathering around the mountain peaks. "Barometric pressure falls before such weather systems." "Precisely," Müller confirmed. "But there is more. The composition includes trace elements I've only encountered in theoretical papers, substances that can alter their molecular structure in response to electromagnetic fields." As he spoke, the misty formation continued to grow, now approximately 2 feet in height, and pulsating with increasing intensity. Most alarming was its apparent reaction to their conversation. Movements that suggested awareness rather than random physical processes. "It responds to sound vibrations," Müller continued, his scientific curiosity overwhelming caution, "particularly human voices. In the laboratory, I observed smaller samples reacting to specific tonal patterns, expanding or contracting in response to different frequencies." Holmes's expression reflected rapid calculation. The mountain spirits of local legend, described as responding to human behavior, punishing disrespect, reacting to loud voices or improper actions in their domain. What the villagers interpreted as moral judgment may have been these entities responding to acoustic stimulation. The misty form surged suddenly toward Count von Kram's unconscious form, prompting Watson to move protectively toward the patient. Holmes raised his hand in a cautionary gesture. "Wait," he instructed. "Observe." The entity hovered over the German diplomat, pulsating in a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. To everyone's astonishment, von Kram's laboured breathing began to ease, his colour improving visibly as the mist appeared to interact with him in some inexplicable manner. "Extraordinary," Watson murmured, his medical instincts warring with scientific disbelief. "It appears to be healing him." "Not healing," Müller corrected, his expression clearing with sudden understanding. "Returning what it took. My analysis suggests these entities require specific electromagnetic patterns found in living organisms, particularly in the human nervous system. They don't consume life in the folkloric sense. They temporarily absorb the electrical impulses that maintain our vital functions." Von Kram stirred, his eyes opening with confusion. The entity retreated toward the window, becoming less substantial as the diplomat regained consciousness. "What has happened?" the German asked weakly, his gaze finding the dissipating mist with evident alarm. Before anyone could respond, a tremendous crash of thunder shook the chalet, followed by the distinctive crack of splintering wood from somewhere below. The storm had arrived with sudden alpine fury, and with it, something had entered the chalet with destructive force. The hidden entrance, Holmes deduced instantly. Someone else knows of its existence and has forced their way in during the storm's cover. They rushed from the room, Holmes leading the way toward the central staircase. The main hall below was in chaos, furniture overturned, diplomats and staff converging in confusion as a frigid wind howled through the space. The great wooden door had been partially shattered, hanging from its hinges as snow and sleet blasted into the chalet. Standing just inside the ruined entrance was a figure that momentarily stopped them in their tracks. A tall man in mountaineering attire, his face concealed behind a specialized mask that covered all but his eyes. Most shocking was what accompanied him. 3 distinct misty formations, larger and more defined than the entity they had observed upstairs, swirling around him like obedient hounds. "Ah, the famous Sherlock Holmes," the figure called out, his voice distorted by the mask yet carrying a cultured accent that Holmes immediately categorized as Eastern European with traces of formal British education. "I suspected Mycroft would summon you when Sir Edward's removal proved more complicated than anticipated." Mycroft had emerged from the study, his typically composed demeanour replaced by cold fury. "Colonel Sebastian Moran," he identified the intruder. "I thought you were still operating in the Russian sphere." "Officially, perhaps," the masked man replied with evident amusement. "Unofficially, my services have been engaged by interests that find these peace negotiations inconvenient to their long-term objectives." The diplomatic implications crystallized for Watson. Sebastian Moran, former British officer turned mercenary, rumoured to work with various intelligence services when their official operatives required deniability. His presence confirmed that the events at the chalet were indeed the product of human agency, rather than supernatural forces. "The hidden passage system," Holmes stated, descending the stairs with measured steps, positioning himself between Moran and the remaining diplomats. "Your work, I presume? Or did you merely discover what another intelligence service had already constructed?" Moran chuckled. "Perceptive as ever, Mr. Holmes." The passage was originally created by Austrian intelligence during the property's construction, a prudent investment that has served various interested parties over the decades. My contribution was discovering how to harness the unique properties of the crystalline entities that naturally occur in the cavern system beneath. "You found a way to control them," Watson realized, noting how the misty forms maintained position around Moran despite their apparent agitation in the storm's electromagnetic disturbance. "Control is perhaps too strong a word, Doctor," Moran corrected. "Guide would be more accurate. The crystalline formations in the cave system respond to specific electrical frequencies." He raised a small device resembling a modified telegraph transmitter. "This generates the necessary patterns to attract and direct them. The locals have interacted with these entities for centuries without understanding their true nature, attributing agency and moral purpose to what are essentially electromagnetic phenomena with unusual properties." Holmes studied the device from his position on the stairs. "And Sir Edward? His death was not your intention, I take it." "An unfortunate miscalculation," Moran admitted without apparent remorse. "The entity was meant merely to retrieve specific documents from his room. However, the diplomatic pouch was secured with an electromagnetic lock that created interference with my control mechanism. The entity reverted to its natural state, drawn to the strongest bioelectric field in proximity. Sir Edward's nervous system provided what it sought. The storm intensified outside, lightning illuminating the alpine landscape in stark flashes, followed by immediate crashes of thunder. With each electromagnetic surge, the entities around Moran grew more agitated, their movements less coordinated. "Your control is slipping, Colonel," Holmes observed, taking another step down. "These phenomena evolved in the unique conditions of the Alpine environment, the specific mineral composition, the electromagnetic properties of the mountains themselves. They're responding to the storm's natural energy rather than your artificial signals." As if confirming his assessment, one of the misty forms surged away from Moran, rising toward the ceiling in an erratic spiral. The colonel adjusted his device frantically, but the entity continued its independent movement, followed moments later by a second breaking free of his influence. The limitations of playing with forces beyond complete understanding, Mycroft commented from the doorway of the study. Even the most advanced scientific principles cannot fully harness natural phenomena of this complexity. Moran abandoned his attempts to regain control, reaching instead for a weapon concealed within his coat. No matter. My primary objective was preventing the Moroccan agreement. With key documents compromised and trust shattered between the delegations, these negotiations are effectively finished. Holmes moved with unexpected swiftness, closing the distance to Moran before he could fully draw his weapon. "I think not, Colonel. The documents you arranged to have stolen were duplicates. Mycroft implemented security protocols after Sir Edward's death that ensured the genuine papers remained secure." Moran's eyes widened with momentary surprise before narrowing in calculation. Even so, the diplomatic damage has been done. The German and British delegations have both suffered casualties. Suspicion will linger, alliances will fracture. "On the contrary," came Count von Kram's voice from the top of the stairs. The German diplomat had regained sufficient strength to join them, supported by Herr Müller. "My experience has convinced my government that we faced a common external threat, not actions by our negotiating partners. If anything, this shared ordeal has created stronger grounds for agreement." The remaining misty entities had now dispersed throughout the chalet's upper spaces, moving in patterns that corresponded to the storm's electromagnetic fluctuations. Watson noted with fascination that they seemed drawn to natural air currents rather than human presence now that Moran's control device had lost effectiveness. "A fascinating scientific discovery nonetheless," Holmes remarked, securing Moran's wrists with practiced efficiency. These entities, neither fully material nor immaterial, responding to electromagnetic fields, capable of transitioning between states, represent an entirely new classification of natural phenomena. Mycroft had joined them, examining Moran's control device with careful attention. "A discovery that will remain classified at the highest levels, brother mine. The diplomatic and security implications are too significant to allow public discussion." As the storm raged outside, the diplomats and staff worked to secure the damaged entrance and restore order to the chalet. The misty entities gradually dissipated, returning to their crystalline state as the storm's electromagnetic intensity diminished. Colonel Moran was secured in a makeshift cell, one of the chalet's storage rooms modified to serve as a temporary prison until he could be transported to face justice. Later that evening, as a semblance of normalcy returned to the chalet, Holmes, Watson and Mycroft gathered in the study to discuss the extraordinary case they had resolved. "The diplomatic negotiations will resume tomorrow," Mycroft informed them, pouring brandy into 3 glasses. "With a new appreciation for cooperation in the face of external threats. A metaphor for the broader European situation, perhaps." Watson accepted his glass thoughtfully. "And the entities? What becomes of this discovery?" "The cave system will be sealed," Mycroft replied, "officially designated as unstable and dangerous, which is not untrue. The crystalline formations will remain undisturbed, their secrets preserved until science advances sufficiently to understand them properly." Holmes gazed into the fire, his expression reflective. "The boundary between folklore and natural science is more permeable than we often acknowledge. The mountain spirits of Alpine legend proved to be previously uncategorized natural phenomena, yet the villagers' observations over generations contained fundamental truths about their behavior and effects. A reminder of the limitations of our current understanding," Watson agreed, "and the wisdom sometimes embedded in traditional knowledge." Outside, the storm had begun to subside, the mountain winds gradually calming as stars emerged in breaks between the clouds. The Alpine peaks stood silent sentinel over the chalet, their ancient presence a reminder of how brief human concerns were against geological time. The adventure of the Alpine Chalet had tested the boundaries of Holmes's rational methods and Watson's medical knowledge, challenging their understanding of the possible and impossible. Yet in the end, human agency had proven the true source of danger, Rand's exploitation of natural phenomena for political purposes representing the familiar pattern of criminal intent that Holmes had spent his career unravelling. As they raised their glasses in a quiet toast to the successful resolution, the chalet settled around them, its hidden passages now exposed, its secrets revealed. The diplomats would complete their negotiations, new understanding would emerge between nations, and the delicate balance of European power would continue its precarious existence, at least for now. The mountain spirits had returned to their crystalline slumber in the depths beneath the Alps, awaiting perhaps another century before human understanding would advance sufficiently to fully comprehend their nature. Until then, they would remain part of the rich tapestry of Alpine mystery that had drawn Holmes and Watson from the familiar fog of London to the rarefied heights where science and folklore had momentarily converged. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off under the sparkling skies of Tokyo, the quiet charm of Prague, the golden lights of New York, or the sea breeze nights of Barcelona? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence embrace you. Let your dreams drift far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.